para accesar la traducción oprima el botón del globo. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the West Contra Costa USD Board of Education to order. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? We will now do the land acknowledgement. We recognize that we are presently on the lands of the Chochenyo, Muwekma, Karkin, Ohlone peoples and acknowledge them as the first inhabitants of the land we currently occupy. I would like to welcome everyone once again to this regular meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting will provide public comment opportunities on agenda and non-agenda items in person through the Zoom app and by telephone. We have changed the public comment format, which will now occur at the beginning of the meeting. Public comment will last for 1 hour and includes any agendized item. The time allotted for each speaker has also been extended to 2 minutes. If you are attending the meeting in person, you will need to submit a request to address the board form to indicate your desire to speak on an agenda item. If participating via Zoom, you will need to raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon in the Zoom app or by pressing *9 if accessing the meeting by phone. In order to be recognized to speak on Zoom, your hand must be raised before public comment begins. No yielding of time or substitution of speakers is permitted. Dr. Hurst, I'm going to delay the roll call until we come back into open session. I'm going to move on to item A6, which is disclosure of items to be discussed in closed session. There are 3 items this evening: conference with legal counsel, conference with labor negotiators, and public employee discipline dismissal release complaint. I don't see anyone in the audience for public comment. Do we have anyone online?
No public comment online at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing that there is no public comment at this time, we will have public comment later in the meeting. Again, the board will now recess into closed session. Thank you. The board is reconvening to open session. Para accesar la traducción oprima el botón del globo. I would like to welcome everyone to this regular meeting and this organizational meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting will provide public comment opportunities on agenda and non-agenda items in person through the Zoom app and by telephone. We have changed the public comment format. which will now occur at the beginning of the meeting. Public comment will last for 1 hour and includes any agendized item. The time allotted for each speaker has also been extended to 2 minutes. If you are attending the meeting in person, you will need to submit a request to address the board form to indicate your desire to speak on an agenda item. If participating via Zoom, you will need to raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon in the Zoom app or by pressing *9 if accessing the meeting by phone. In order to be recognized to speak on Zoom, your hand must be raised before public comment begins. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. Dr. Hurst, can I please have the roll call?
Yes. President Phillips,
Here.
Trustee Clerk Smith Folds,
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, present.
Trustee Reckler,
Good evening, present.
Trustee Gonzalez Hoy,
Good evening, present.
Trustee Christian.
Good evening, President.
All present and accounted for. Thank you. Just ask for roll call for Trustee Justin Trujillo. Are you here? What about Student Trustee Irene Coe? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
So all present with the exception of Student Trustee Justin Trujillo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hurst. We will now move to item B2, which is the annual organization meeting. In this meeting, the board does several things, including picking the president and clerk of the board for the rest of the year. Appointing a secretary to the board, authorizing signatures, and confirming and picking new meeting dates and several other things. So the first item to do is to pick the president and then the clerk. Before we begin, I just want to let you know the same thing that I said a year ago. These are nominations, these are not motions. So if someone wants to nominate someone, or if someone wants to nominate themselves for that matter, there does not need to be a second. The nomination just has to happen. So that said, I am opening nominations for board president, and I will actually begin by nominating Othari Christian for president of the board. Are there any other nominations for school board president?
I nominate Trustee Gonzalez Hoy.
Are there any other nominations?
I nominate Trustee Smith Folds.
Are there any other nominations? Okay, we will begin. Tonight, the first person to vote is Trustee Jamila Smith Folds. So we are beginning with Mr. Christian. Trustee Smith Folds, can you please begin the vote?
No.
Trustee Christian, it's your vote for yourself.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Hoy,
Gonzalez Hoy, no.
trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
trustee Coe,
No.
Phillips, yes. Othery Christian is the president of the board, and now I will hand over the gavel to him. Othery, gotta switch seats.
Nominate. Go ahead. Trustee Smith Fall,
I nominate trustee Gonzalez Hoy as clerk of the board.
I nominate trustee Smith Folds as clerk.
I nominate trustee Leslie Reckler as clerk of the board.
all right, we will cast a vote for trustee Gonzalez Hoy.
Smith Folds votes yes for trustee Gonzalez Hoy.
Trustee Phillips,
No.
Trustee Gonzalez Hoy, yes.
trustee Becker,
Reckler, no.
uh, trustee Trujillo, trustee Cole,
Oh, yeah.
that's my vote. Trustee. Trustee, trustee Becker. Trustee Reckler. She voted. 2-2. Okay. Wow. So I mean, yeah. Gonzalez Hoy will be clerk.
President Christian, I would like to make a motion to recess for 10 minutes. You got a second?
Second. Call for a vote.
Smith Folds, yes.
Phillips, no.
Gonzalez, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Christian, yes. We recess it for 10 minutes. To order. And we'll do the appointment of the secretary. We do the appointment of the secretary. The board secretary, according to the board bylaws, by the governing board shall appoint the superintendent to serve as secretary to the board. Is there a motion?
President Christian, I'll make a motion to appoint Dr. Hurst as secretary to the board.
Reckler, second.
I move the board. Invite the board to discuss the appointment for the secretary for the 2022 to 2023 calendar year. With the Trustee Smith Fall.
Are you calling for a vote, trustee Christian or President Christian?
Yes.
Smith Folds, yes, on the secretary of the board.
Phillips, yes.
Gonzalez, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Christian. Yeah, Christian, yes. Motion carry. The board president, the president of the board, the president, the board clerk, and the board secretary may sign sign documents on behalf of the district. Oh. Is there a motion and a second as authorized signatures for the board president, clerk, and secretary for the 2022 and 2023 school year, calendar year?
Could you repeat it, President?
Yes,
Phillips?
is there a,
President Christian, sorry.
yes, is there a motion and a second to authorize the signature for the board president, clerk, secretary for the 2022 to 23 calendar year?
So move.
Reckler, second.
Okay. All in favor? Call for a vote. And we'll start with trustee Smith Fall.
Smith votes yes.
Phillips, yes.
Gonzalez, Ho, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Christian, yes. Motion carried. The board president, in accordance with the board bylaws, 20, according with the bylaws, by the board will hold regular meetings each month, typically on Wednesdays. The following regular meeting dates in 2022 have been adopted. January the 12th, January the 26th, February the 2nd, February the 16th, March 16th, March the 2nd, excuse me, March 2nd, March 16th, April the 13th, April the 27th, May the 1st, May the 18th, June the 8th, and June the 22nd will be the meeting dates throughout the calendar year. The following additional dates for the 2022 and 2023 have been identified. July the 13th, August the 3rd, August the 24th, September the 7th, September the 21st, October the 5th, October the 19th, November the 2nd, November the 16th, December the 7th, December the 14th, January the 11th, January the 25th, February the 1st, February the 15th, March 1st, March 15th, April the 12th, April the 26th, and May the 2nd, and May 17th, and June 7th, and June 21st are identified as the dates within 2022 and 2023 calendar year. Is there a motion and a second to affirm the previous adopted regular meeting dates for the 2022 and 2023 calendar year? Board,
President Christian, I move to approve the board calendar year.
Reckler seconds.
call for a vote. Trustee Smith Fall,
Smith votes no. I think that these dates need to be discussed among the board as to if there's any conflicts. So Smith votes no on this.
Phillips, yes.
Gonzalez, Ho, no.
I'm sorry, would trustee Smith Folds please repeat her statement?
Trustee Smith votes. I said no to this one, trustee Reckler, because we need to, I believe that it's in the best interest of the board to have a discussion for the board to say dates that they will not be able to do, and then a calendar set around that. Also a calendar set around having a discussion about if we want to keep the 2 Mondays that we have, if we're going to have different specific dates put inside that. It's a conversation that we had at our 2-on-3s. And I thought it would be prudent for the board to send their can't meet dates out, and then we adjust from that. So that's why I voted no on this.
Thank you. Um,
trustee Reckler,
Okay, Reckler, yes.
trustee Nicole, Christian, yes. It passes. The vote carries. Lastly, the board will establish a board calendar for 2022 that include the following: the board organization, and that's for June the 10th. And then you have the budget meeting, and that will be June the 8th, 2022. The budget adoption, June 22nd, 2022. Superintendent evaluation, June 10th, 2022. And then the annual organization meeting, December the 14th, 2022. So those will be the dates. Is there a motion? And a second to establish the board calendar?
President Christian, I move to approve.
Reckler second.
Okay. Trustee Smith-Fall.
Wait, point of order. Can I ask a couple of questions about this, please?
Yes, you can ask some questions.
Thank you. So the first question is, what is the content of a board organizational retreat on June 10th, 2022?
I can address that, Trustee Reckler. I know in the conversation during the agenda setting, I discussed with the president at the time and the clerk a conversation around what leadership associates shared about making sure that our calendar is a 12-month calendar and aligns to the strategic plan. And what I shared is that the strategic plan process goes from January, February, March, and April. And we really won't have the strategic plan available for the board until April timeframe. I suggested at that meeting, agenda setting, that then the board has an annual retreat. They take all the information from the strategic plan and they have that conversation at the end of the year. So that's what that retreat is for. And again, it's based on that conversation that we had with leadership associates, that 12-month calendar should really be aligned to the strategic plan. And that was really the intent.
Okay, so in that meeting in June, we would set forth topics for the next fiscal year.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there, I don't see on here any meeting for January to have the same sort of organizational retreat. Is that in anyone's thinking?
I think that's left to the board. I had that conversation also, that if the board decided to have the regular January meeting, the board could. My thought was ensuring at the agenda setting meeting is that you still would not have the information to have that content conversation around the strategic plan. However, the board could decide to still have that January meeting to have conversations about the rest of the year.
Okay, and then the other question I have is there a 6-month superintendent touch base, or is the only evaluation that the superintendent receives is in June 10th of 2022? So sometime when we get back, we're past the 6-month mark, but in January, touch base or something like that.
Yes, ma'am. I think actually that's a really good idea to have a touch point The superintendent, it wasn't on the last calendar. We basically have the last calendar. So if the board decides, then that certainly could be added.
And finally, another question. This is just some housekeeping, but for budget hearing on June 8th and adoption on the 22nd, would we also be able to include LCAP in that, since those are part of the hearing and adoption?
Absolutely, ma'am. No problem.
Dr. Hurst, since we're talking about adding things to this calendar, where's the CBOC meetings, joint meetings? When will they take place?
Absolutely. Actually, that could be on there. So if the board desires that to be on there, we can go back and add that one as well.
That's all, Hoy.
Thank you, President Christian. Dr. Hurst, where can I find the dates for these items specifically?
Are you referencing from the agenda?
Are they on the agenda? Am I just not? Is it these ones? Thank you.
Did you find them, sir? Okay.
Okay, so we already did the motion. We already seconded.
I'd like to put another motion on the floor, please, if that's possible.
Do we have any comments on this? Trustee Reckler?
I'd like to put another motion on the floor that includes language that we discussed at January 22 organizational retreat. That would take us to June. That we also consider a 6-month superintendent touch base. And that the language around budget hearing and adoption also include LCAP.
Trustee Phillips?
Second.
Trustee Reckler, could you please repeat the date for the first item? For the January retreat?
Oh, I didn't have a specific date. I just said January.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and nor did I have a specific date on the superintendent touch base, but I guess when we get back.
No.
Trustee Reckler, are you willing to have a friendly amendment to your motion?
Sure.
I would like language around the CBOC joint meetings.
Okay. So,
I will accept that. I think that I'd have to go back and check the bylaws, but I think that that is already incorporated into the dates. I'm not 100% sure, though.
I think if you're willing to keep the friendly amendment, I would appreciate it. If it is already in the dates, that's good. It'll just show up on our calendar. But if it's not, I would like some language around that, that we do have that calendared out.
Okay, that's fine. I'll accept that.
and as we, so trustee Reckler, so trustee Phillips,
Yes, sir.
do you accept the friendly amendment?
I think it's your discretion as to would you schedule those meetings. So I don't want to bind you to any of that. I think that's your discretion.
Okay.
Would it be helpful if I restated the motion?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion, the second motion with the friendly amendment would be to identify a date in January. It would be to establish board calendar for 2022 that includes board organization retreat for June 10th, budget and LCAP hearing June 8th, budget and LCAP adoption June 22nd, superintendent evaluation June 10th, annual organization meeting December 14th, add or modify the calendar to include the two CBOC meetings, add a organizational retreat in the early part of the year, preferably January, and schedule a 6-month superintendent touch base, or just a 8-month, 9, sometime before June, touch base with the superintendent.
Now we'll call for the vote. Trustee Smith Fall,
Smith votes yes with the friendly amendment.
I'm not totally sure what we're voting
on Ruckus motion.
the one that I seconded, or
Yes.
what she just said with the CBOC.
Yes. The one she just made. Yeah,
Did somebody second it? I second.
yeah,
I didn't second anything with the CBOC. I said that I think that that's your discretion. That's why I'm not clear what we're voting on right now.
okay.
President Christian, I'll second the friendly amendment motion. I'll second it.
Okay. Trustee Smith Fall second it. All right, restart the vote. Trustee Smith Fall,
Smith votes yes.
Trustee Phillips,
No.
Gonzalez, oh yes.
Reckler, yes.
yes. Christian, yes. The motion carried. The vote passes, and now we're going back to the regular agenda. Superintendent, you have a report from closed session.
No, sir, no report out.
No report. And now we go to public comment. Okay. And now we go to public comment, and we'll start off with the ones that's inside the building. And then from there, we'll move to the ones that are in the Zoom link. For the first person is Sheila Swift.
No, that's better. Hi, my name is Sheila Swift, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you tonight, trustees and superintendent. I'm really grateful for the opportunity. So I wanted to start by saying I am not anti-vaccine, I'm pro-vaccine, but I am not for the mandate. I would like to ask the superintendent and the school board to consider postponing the vaccine mandate until fall 2022 or indefinitely, following the lead of the Los Angeles Unified School District. I'd like to thank you all very much for considering my request, and I would like to let you know that I will pull my child from the school district. I have never said that before. It's a very serious thing, but I feel like it's important that I do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next public speaker, Tracy. Yes, I'm sorry.
Los Angeles Unified School District just delayed its mandate to fall 2022 so that 34,000 students won't be, that haven't been vaccinated won't be kicked out of the classroom and back into online learning. Last week, Newsom said on Good Morning America, we need to fine tune all this. I'm sorry, I need my glass. Newsom said, we need to fine tune all this. This is iterative. We want to keep the kids in school. We don't want to see 34,000 kids sent home. Quite the contrary. And that's why I'd say you have to accommodate. And I have all the confidence in the world the school board will work to accommodate. The governor also stressed that his first in the nation mandate includes personal exemptions, so there's plenty of latitude for families to make decisions. The remarks suggest that Newsom is aware of the liability inherent in banning tens of thousands of kids from campus not long after schools reopened and shortly after the US Surgeon General warned of an impending youth mental health crisis. How are West Contra Costa taxpayers going to feel if this district is spending their dollars on defending lawsuits instead of learning, when we could just follow the governor's protocol? He has great scientists, it's a safe state, so follow his lead and the lead of LA, San Diego, and Oakland, who got so much pushback they are now allowing personal exemptions. Oakland School Board member Mike Hutchinson said, I am not prepared to vote on anything that could force over half of the Black and brown students out. We're not asking for what you're not already doing, testing for sports. Do you really want to push 65% of the students out of in-person learning to move faster than the FDA? We already have a wait list of 281 for the virtual academy, which currently accommodates just 83 students. Do you have the capacity to add thousands of kids 3 weeks from now? And it's not necessary. There have been no major disruptions from COVID for the 3 months the kids have been in school despite no mandate, which is the goal, right? To protect kids and their families and provide an equitable education. If we are already achieving that, why does this need to be mandated ahead of Newsom? Follow the state's guidelines. We have faith in the science that Newsom is using.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Mark Andrews.
Good evening, Mark Andres. I'm a father of 2 in the district. The number of students leaving the school district has got to be a big worry. Fewer students equals less state and federal money, equals fewer teachers. So it was good to hear that your new director of student recruitment and retention, which you agreed to at your last meeting, has a lot of work to do. One simple thing that might help from people pulling their children from the district is get rid of this vaccine mandate on children. At the very least, modify it to include a personal belief exemption, as you now do for teachers, or include a testing option, as Trustee Smith-Folds suggested. In today's agenda, you say 7,251 students out of more than 12,000 students aged 12 and up are unvaccinated. That is 6 out of 10 children who are not complying with your mandate. Now, how many of those will leave the district if you stick to your draconian mandate? Your proposal to delay the mandate to the 18th of February is insufficient. Stop this almighty game of chicken with our children and get in line with California. At least the state governor has the good sense to wait for FDA approval. At least he has the good sense to allow personal belief exemptions. What kind of a society do we live in when we forcefully inject into our children an investigational vaccine that the FDA has yet to fully approve? What kind of a school district are we that allows teachers a religious belief exemption, but not children? Why the two-tier system? How can you justify holding children to a stricter, tougher standard than adults? You took 18 months and several meetings lasting into the early hours before you fully reopened schools. Yet just 3 hours on September the 30th to rubber stamp your mandate. I urge you, please, do as the LA School District has done and get into line with the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Gabriel Michelet.
Hello, my name is Gabrielle Micheletti. I'm a teacher at Verde Elementary. I'm disturbed at the flagrant disregard for local democracy and the mockery this board continues to make of our community. I looked at the bylaws right now, linked to your agenda online. I'd love to remind you trustees what your own bylaws are. They state that in the intent that all board members have an opportunity for board leadership in order to fairly rotate the offices among the 5 members, the following process is established. Section 2. The board clerk will replace the outgoing president. Again, the board clerk will replace the outgoing president. Trustee Smith-Folds was clerk, ergo, according to your bylaws, she should now be president. Be delightful if instead of engaging in this chicanery, you focused on students and what's happening at our schools. 2 years ago, I saw many of my colleagues leave. They moved to schools in San Francisco, Oakland, or Alameda because they were told that those who had been at the district 2 years or fewer were going to be cut. These friends of mine are actually still educators who didn't really want to leave their school sites. Now we're facing far too few teachers. There are still empty classrooms we can't fill. Perhaps had we not faced those cuts 2 years ago, many of those teachers would still work for our district. As part of those incredibly painful cuts, we agreed that expensive positions away from the classroom at the central office would be cut down from the 187 at the time. To now hear that the central office is aiming to have 183 staff is beyond disheartening. Once again, resources are being siphoned away from students and classrooms in favor of middle management. I fail to understand how this will help students. You need only to look south to Oakland, where the exact same thing was done and did not help students in any way. I'm assuming you're aware of the extreme substitute crisis, which leaves teachers burnt out and students being spread to other classrooms when their teacher is gone, which flouts all COVID protocol. In addition, although my principal has been working hard to solve this issue, at Verde, we only get a scrub team in the afternoon instead of a janitor. That leaves me to wipe down sinks, vacuum the rug my students will sit on, take out recycling, etc. We should be investing money in trying to attract and maintain essential student-facing staff. So please stop playing games, show us a little respect, and start taking care of this district's students.
Thank you. The next speaker. Mark Schultz.
It's Shawls.
Sorry.
That's okay. Happens all the time. Okay, where there is risk, there must be choice. At this time, no one person, group, or organization can make an accurate and definitive risk-benefit analysis for a case for universal student vaccination. There simply has not been enough time or information gathered. COVID-19 vaccination has been shown to decrease COVID-19 disease severity. However, according to the CDC and Dr. Fauci's own words, COVID-19 vaccination does not guarantee a vaccinated person will not become ill, nor does it guarantee a vaccinated person will not infect anyone else. So when COVID-19 vaccination is described as effective, the so-called effectiveness must be qualified. The final word on mRNA COVID-19 vaccination has not yet been written. Studies take time. There is a current CDC COVID-19 webpage titled Investigating Long-Term Health Effects of Myocarditis. In it, the CDC says, understanding long-term health effects is critically important to explaining the risks and benefits of COVID-19 vaccination to the public and informing clinical guidance. Currently, we do not have that understanding, and therefore we must have the choice. When informing the board, Dr. Farnartano completely ignored the effect of comorbidities on the severity of COVID-19 illness. Yet the CDC states, children with underlying medical conditions are at increased risk for severe illness compared to children without underlying medical conditions. So I adopt a one-size-fits-all resolution and enter healthy students into an unknown risk. mRNA vaccination injury is real. There is definitely measurable health risk with mRNA vaccination that is greater than traditional vaccines. Forcing students to take an experimental vaccine that exposes them to unknown and to known and demonstrated risks, or else lose in-person education, is not right. It's immoral. Youth are at a significantly low risk of injury from COVID-19 vaccination. I request that you research the thousands of instances of COVID-19 vaccination injury and motion to not just postpone the mandate to February, but to postpone it indefinitely until the risks are better understood and are significantly reduced to that of traditional vaccines. Again, where there is risk, there must be choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, let me just say, for those who are in the Zoom, raise your hands, and when we get to the Zoom link, then we'll be able to get to the hands. So this raise your hands if you want to be part of the public speaking. Okay. Next speaker we have is Elizabeth Spratler. Elizabeth, first name is Elizabeth. Okay. Cheryl. Cheryl? Yes.
Good evening, it's Cheryl Phantom Jahan, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm a Valley View parent, and I'm here to voice great concerns that the community of Valley View feels betrayed by both the leadership of West Contra Costa Unified School District and site leadership at our school, despite our continued campaign for veracity, transparency, and child-centered site management. We're not trying to run the school. Rather, out of concern for our children's emotional and educational well-being, the concerned parents of Valley View continue to press the school board and collective leadership to provide responsible and ethical site leadership at Valley View Community Elementary School. Despite our ongoing efforts through each level of the chain of command, since September, our questions and concerns continue to be ignored or dismissed, all to the detriment of our children and community. Over the past 2 months, parents have emailed district senior leadership and attended board meetings, citing recurrent unaddressed struggles with site leadership ethics, poor communications, leading to a parental vote of no confidence. While the removal of an individual admittedly is a drastic ask, the governance in place at Valley View serves to propagate a hostile environment that is unable to maintain a healthy and safe school environment for students and staff. The efforts of both local and district leadership to ignore the issues and to blame the parents for being advocates for their children is both misguided and mystifying. In a time where communities are strained and resources are often limited, if not absent, one would hope for parental involvement to support education and ethical development. That is why I'm here tonight. Parents, gear up for another school board meeting and hope that this time we will be heard. The heart of Valley View Elementary has been our tight-knit and diverse community that connects students, teachers, and staff. For years, the Parents Club has helped bridge gaps and bolster support for teachers and past principals. Parent volunteers would donate time in making sure communications were flowing from teachers to families, gather donations when classroom supplies were needed, and organize multiple fundraising events throughout the year to ensure programs such as Playworks, Toolbox, music, after-school enrichments, and more were made available for students. The parents are invested in supporting the teachers, staff, and students, and leadership at the school. We've had
Time.
incredible leadership in the past, and this year is sorely lacking. Oh, am I doing something wrong? Am I time? Great. Yeah.
Next speaker is Gregory Johan.
Good evening, members of the board. I thank you for this forum. With our family's fourth child in attending Valley View, I am greatly concerned. The current optics of Valley View Elementary show that the district administration is suffering from the paralysis of analysis while our children are being bathed in a toxic culture of deprivation and chaos that is fueled by the current site leadership. According to Colin Powell, the temperament of subordinates is a direct reflection of its leadership. Again, the temperament of the subordinates is a direct reflection of its leadership. Our community is the subordinates of the leadership of the school. The current chaos at Valley View is not the product of our community. Rather, it is a direct reflection of the ineffective and situationally unaware leadership by Principal Ross, which, much to our chagrin, this board allows. Therefore, it is evident that this board endorses the chaos and the ethically challenged leadership. Our ask, the parents and families of Valley View Elementary respectfully request the senior leadership of West Contra Costa Unified School District to demonstrate ethical and sound leadership in this manner. We also request that the current site leadership at Valley View be removed and replaced with an ethically sound principal that is dedicated to a child-focused, nurturing environment. We need bidirectional communications that embrace openness to our community. We also need openness to the support that we offer. In closing, it takes a village to raise a child. Why is our village being ignored and excluded from the growth and well-being of our school and our children? Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker is Amy Brigham.
Good evening, board. My name is Amy Bingham, and I'm the parent of two kids at El Cerrito High. You know, as a parent of older kids, I've been down here many times to voice my concerns, make complaints. But tonight, my comments are those of appreciation. I want to say thank you for all your efforts to keep our community safe. Thank you for holding so many vaccination events at our various schools. Thank you for continually reminding families to upload proof of vaccination to PowerSchool. Thank you to all the administrators tasked with the extra work of managing our district's mandate. I'm one of those people that rather obsessively looks at the Contra Costa Health's COVID website. And I want to tell you that the 6 cities that are within our district are at the lowest end of the list in terms of numbers of cases. And so I do believe that our district's tremendous efforts to get people vaccinated is helping. And the help that you're doing reflects out into our larger community because we know this is a group effort. You are helping those of us who work in home health care, in retail, and other areas where we are exposed feel more safe. I'm not here to make a comment about when exactly you've put the mandate into effect. I know that it's a huge administrative task. But I want to say, and I think I speak for a lot of folks who didn't come down here tonight, thank you. Thank you for helping our community stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Justin Darius Davis.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I took time out of my schedule to speak to you about an issue that is of the utmost importance. My name is Justin Davis, and I am the parent of 2 children at Valley View Elementary School. I've written many emails to you this school year. This is my family's 5th year at Valley View, and before this year, I've had no complaints about the school or the district. Before this year, it has been a wonderful place for my children to go to school. This year, however, has been different, and I've been forced to express my great concern with the running of the school and the principal. I will not go over the many reasons why our current principal should not be the principal at Valley View. You've heard it from me and from so many others before. Instead, I will ask you why the district has chosen to prioritize her position as principal over the students, teachers, staff, and community. Our community was relieved when the district listened to our concerns. We were patient as you conducted your investigation, and we trusted the process as we were asked to do, even though we knew there was enough evidence in the Zoom meeting alone to prove that she should not be the principal. We trusted the process, and we have been let down. Instead of receiving a communication about the principal's removal and how the district will help us rebuild our school and support our students, I received an email asking me to attend a Zoom meeting about how we can support the principal. This principal is being prioritized over the welfare of our students. Is that the job of the school? Are we all here to support her to the detriment of our own community? Our school should be a safe place, helping our students to heal from the incredible trauma that they have experienced these past 2 years. Instead, they are dealing with more trauma. The district has the power to help rebuild and heal our community. I ask you humbly to please remove the current principal at Valley View and allow our community to heal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Teresa Hardy.
Good evening, board, Dr. Hurst, district staff. I'm glad to be here tonight on this cold and rainy night. I'm thinking about all of those Richmond neighbors that don't have a safe and dry place tonight. I also wanted to let Lupita's parents and family know how sad I was to hear about her passing and to send them strength and my love. I am a proud Valley View mama in Valley View Blue. Many of you know my face and have seen me before. Oh, but I'm here once again. And I'm here to talk about the lack of leadership with our on-site administration. We've been asking, we've been begging for a change since school began, and still we have the same issues with our on-site admin. The safety and morale of our students, our teachers, which are awesome teachers, many of whom have been there for multiple years, 10 years plus. It's awful. All of these things to continue to be a problem. Direct and timely communication doesn't happen. Listening to what we're saying seems like it's happening, but it doesn't change. I also want to get personal tonight, since a lot of you don't know about me. I was a bright-eyed mixed race child in the 70s and the Midwest. I was scheduled to go to our diverse public school in our neighborhood, and the district closed it. Therefore, I'm a product of Catholic schools, which was great. But I wanted for my 3 mixed race boys to have a diverse public school. I picked my neighborhood to go to Valley View because it is that. It has parent involvement. It has diverse involvement. My 7th grader was promoted from there last year, and I was hoping for my last 2 to have that happen. I am begging you to save Valley View. Board, please remove and replace our on-site admin. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maya Carson.
Good evening, board and trustees. Thank you so much for having me tonight. My name is Maya Carson. I teach at King Elementary in Richmond, right nearby. I love my students. I think my students and their families should have a choice of whether or not to get their, my students' families should have a choice of whether or not to get their children vaccinated with the present vaccine. Remote education has not proven very successful. The system of weekly testing, on the other hand, at least at my site, has been working just fine. The present vaccine has too many negative and dangerous short-term side effects on young people for us to ignore. I understand there is great political pressure to pass the mandate. Unfortunately, from all the evidence I've seen, this mandate, as it stands, does not protect the health and well-being of those it is our job to protect, our West Contra Costa students. I would like to ask the superintendent and the school board to consider postponing the vaccine mandate until fall 2022 to follow the lead of LAUSD, and at which point another more traditional and safe vaccine for children should be available. Thank you for hearing me and thank you for considering. Good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carrie Mariotti.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, and members. I was here 1 month ago to support Mr. Bud Massey, who came to speak to you about the slippage of the hill behind his house caused by the construction of Pinole Valley High School. He gave each of you a packet with information and pictures of the work and the damage and the hillside slippage and the hillside being covered with black plastic. The weather is not making him feel any more comfortable. He was unable to be here, and I'm here on his behalf to say at the meeting a month ago, the board president passed a slip over to the superintendent and asked that he reach out to Mr. Massey. That has not happened. And that needs to happen. His house continues to suffer damage. The hillside behind him continues to slip. It is a dangerous situation. And he was told by an employee of the district that they will only talk with him if he sues them. That's the only condition under which the district would deal with a citizen of Pinole with a complaint that he has to sue in order to get the district to talk to him or to try to redress his problem. So I'm here 1 month later because he has not heard from you. He needs to hear from you. And something needs to be done to stop the slippage of the land behind his house, the cracks in his foundation, the cracks in his walls. That needs to happen. And you have to please take action and stop telling him he needs to sue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Thomas Krebs.
Hello. Talking about the vaccine, my wife and I are both vaccinated. Our younger children will not be. I spoke when you first decided on this course of action, and I'm not going to reiterate the points that were made at that meeting. I do want you to consider what some of the people here have said and those other items, particularly what I think is a very great quote, where there's risk, there must be choice. Mostly what I want to do is say that the people who haven't turned in their cards, that is why this is being postponed. Obviously, everybody, the parents out there should consider to do that, should continue to do that. Obviously, they're not going to turn away 60% of the population. They're not going to turn away 30% of the population. So you should resist. If your children are vaccinated, you should also not turn in your card. If you believe as you should in medical freedom. If you believe that where there's risk, there should be choice, and this newly approved vaccine shouldn't be forced on children and parents that don't want it, you should also. So that's all I have to say on the subject.
Thank you. And now we'll move to the speakers in the Zoom link.
Our first public speaker is Julian Barnett. You may unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, no, the first thing I want to say is my community is awesome. I want to commend them for standing up against this vaccine mandate. Do not vaccinate your kids. I mean, if that's what you believe, don't do it. They're not doing it in these other communities. And when I say that, Antioch, Berkeley, they're giving choice. So that's the first positive thing. The other positive thing is Ms. Foles' vote. That one gives us hope. But where I say we stand further, there's two things more: public records of Mr. Phillips, Mr. Christian, and Dr. Hurst, and all of these public officials, if they've been communicating with other officials or even with companies about this vaccine. So we should be able to see their emails through public records. That's what I've been doing. I've been requesting their public records. You can do this so we can know whether they're telling the truth or they're being paid off by somebody to do this. The second thing I say is this: January 6th, and I know a lot of people in Cali don't like this, but I saw it as a day where people stood up, and I'm saying, especially for our children, we need to come down to that school board and stand up. And I say, here is my phone number, 510, and my name is Hulan Barnett, HULANBARNETT @yahoo.com. We can storm that board meeting and let them know how we feel. We can come right in there and have a party. And that's what I think we need to do, have a big old shindig with them in there and see how they feel when their board meeting interrupted. I bet you they'll think twice about that because they love to have us in there. And I got no problem. I got as much heart to come in there and have a party and two-step with them 3 Africans and the 1 Latino brother. The women ain't got to worry about nothing, but the men, we sure would have a shindig.
Our next public speaker is Lila W. Please state your last name for the record. You may unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening. I'm going to share part of a prepared statement by a 14-year-old boy named James on the COVID vaccine mandate. And I'd also like to just remind the board that you have one sacred mandate, which is to educate the children of this district, all the children. This is Layla Weir speaking.
According to Statista of December 1st, 2021, only 630 Americans under 18 had died from COVID. The risk of students getting a serious infection is greatly exaggerated. There is no need for schools to mandate vaccinations for students when 1, the risk of COVID infection in children is so low, kids are more at risk from car accidents than dying of COVID. 2, the vaccine is still on emergency authorization by the FDA, meaning that there are still many unknown variables in terms of long-term effects that are still being studied. And 3, the school districts don't have the legal power to mandate vaccines for students. According to attorney Jennifer Kennedy, school districts do not have the power to add a vaccine to the California school schedule. Only the state government can do that. Now, don't get me wrong, the vaccine is extremely important for individuals at high risk and is a good choice as long as you understand the potential side effects. I personally am vaccinated. However, it is wrong on many accounts for school districts to force parents to vaccinate their children or risk having them sent to distance learning. Education is considered a human right by the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Distance learning has been found to have a negative effect on the learning of the majority of its students. According to Paloma Esquivel and Iris Lee, a first of its kind Los Angeles Times analysis of data offers a particularly alarming assessment of the impact on LA students. showing deep drops in assessment scores or below grade level standing in key areas of learning. Black, Latino, and other vulnerable children have been hit particularly hard. Not only would mandating the vaccine in schools be illegal and illogical, but most importantly, it would greatly damage the education of students who are forced home. Bottom line, stop misinformation about COVID vaccines and look up.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Estela Miranda. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening, Superintendent and school trustees. I believe it's every parent's right to make an informed medical decision on their children. I respect those that want to vaccinate their children, but I am simply choosing to exercise our right to refrain from vaccinating our children. We are not anti-vax. We are for parental choice. There is no emergency, therefore there is no mandate warranted. Children should not have to vaccinate, as per 13,000 doctors that signed a declaration at the Global COVID Summit. We are not a society that uses our children as a line of defense, and you, as the superintendent and the school board, should acknowledge that the inventors of the mRNA vaccine are stating that healthy children should not be vaccinated. The risks are too great, and we are not willing to subject our children to an experimental vaccine. We are asking West Contra Costa Unified School District to reverse this illegal mandate, and we're asking for you not to implement a vaccine mandate that is under emergency use authorization and has serious health consequences. I ask you further to investigate and review the packet that will be handed to you tonight with the videos that show that the vaccines are injuring and killing children. How many lives must be lost before you stop this insanity? These are our children, not yours. And I want to ask everyone in the room to call out Lupita's name. She died of a heart attack at age 10. And I believe that we should pay tribute to her.
Our next public speaker is Elizabeth Smith. You may unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Smith, and I've been a Valley View parent for over 10 years. I can't believe I still have to come and talk about this stuff. I'd like to address the board. I know you have a ton on your plate. I know there are a lot of issues in the district, and nothing about this year has been easy. But it is now time for you to do the right thing for Valley View. We have been patient and calm and given you and Dr. Hurst many, many chances to fix the leadership deficits at Valley View. And although you have been saying, I'm listening and we hear you, you have been completely ignoring us and brushing off our valid and documented complaints. And Valley View is not a community that will be silenced. A group of concerned families have been seeking counsel and are in talks with an attorney. Other families have reached out to local media who are interested in our plight, as you should know, since they were there with you earlier tonight. Monday saw a protest sick out of students, and I believe 115 students stayed home, not because of the weather, not because of the threats of violence from the weeks before, but to show that we are serious about the needs of our community. There is a petition of no confidence in Valley View leadership, which has been signed by over 500 people. The person you have saddled us with does not fit into our community. She has been unprofessional and unsatisfactory and needs to be removed. She makes our children feel unsafe and anxious. Listen to us. We will not go away and we will not be quiet. We will continue to fight for our children so that you do the right thing. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Frank Hahn. You may unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Good evening, WCCUSD. Tonight, I'm going to redirect my thoughts to the parents of the district. We've all made a valiant effort over the past 2 years to voice our concerns to the board, and unfortunately, it continues to be nothing more than a monologue when dialogue is what's needed most. A shared vision is not an idea. It is rather a force. Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
we can hear you. Continue.
Thank you, sorry. It's a compelling, if it's compelling enough to acquire the support of more than one person, then it's no longer abstraction, it's palpable. People begin to see it as if it exists right before your eyes. Few, if any, forces in human affairs are as powerful as shared vision. I want to be clear, this isn't left, right, Democrat, Republican, and especially not vax versus anti-vax. It's a fight to keep our decisions for our children, just that, rational and ours, and with no retaliation of no in-person school and with no segregation of vax versus the unvaxxed. The investigational medications that are available as a vaccine for COVID-19 are not FDA approved for anyone under the age of 16. Fact, cdc.gov. Even though they're children, they still have rights, as do we as parents. As soon as you give these up to a mandate, which I remind you is not law, what will you give up next? I know many of you are scared. I know many of your kids are too. You're scared to make the wrong decision. I am too. I've been in the healthcare industry for 20 years now as a frontline firefighter, paramedic, and a registered nurse. My whole career has been taking care of complete strangers, advocating for them and advising them on the best decision for their current situation at no will of personal gain. Even if I'm standing alone, which you hear tonight, I am most certainly not. I'll fight for you and your children, anyone else's right to make their own decisions without coercion and without the threat of having your children's educational future ripped away for not putting an investigational medication in their young, growing, and developing bodies, as it's unacceptable. Quick conclusion. Here's what I do want to say to the board. I'm willing to accept an apology. I'm willing to accept it for having your hearts in the right place. I'm willing to accept it in the form of withdrawing this mandate. None of you even need to say the words, I'm sorry, or I apologize. Just make it disappear. I urge you to look at what the other school districts in our state are doing by withdrawing their mandates and take note. Thank you all. Happy holidays to everyone. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Sandra Mulhern. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening. I'm a parent of a third grader and a sixth grader at Valley View. Tonight, I am making a request to the board. I respectfully ask you to please remove our current on-site leadership. We've been writing to the district administration for months. With respect to Valley View, the district's safety message today smacks of hypocrisy. We had a safety meeting over a month ago. The parents of our school have been telling you loudly and clearly why we don't feel safe. The on-site leadership has done nothing but dismantle the safety net that our previous leadership, teachers, staff, and parents have worked so hard to build. The on-site leadership is failing special ed students, blocks teachers and staff from providing additional support and communication, and brought multiple on-site security personnel to an elementary school. Personnel who treat misbehaving children so violently that my sixth grade daughter and many others are afraid of them. We are a tight-knit community, and we have gone from years of excellent and engaging leadership to someone who has repeatedly conducted themselves in an unprofessional manner. The current on-site leadership routinely violates regulations and statutes and has made Valley View Elementary a toxic environment where many feel unsafe. We've expressed our concerns in detail to district administration over and over. This week, over 100 students boycotted school 2 days in a row. The support plan of the on-site leadership is not acceptable. Support Valley View students, remove and replace.
Our next public speaker is Marisa Glidden. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening, trustees and superintendent. My name is Marissa Glidden. I'm a third grade teacher on full-time release to serve as president of United Teachers of Richmond. While I welcome the opportunity to work with trustee Christian as our next president and trustee Gonzalez Hoy as clerk, I must state my deep concern that the board chose not to follow board bylaws to appoint Clerk Smith Folds as president. As clerk, trustee Smith Folds worked tirelessly to support our students and community, and the bylaws appointing her president should have been followed. As a democratic body, the board has an obligation to students and the community to follow the bylaws. Members of the board are setting a deeply dangerous precedent by picking and choosing which bylaws to follow and putting politics above our kids. Next, and most importantly, I want to say thank you to our amazing educators. Our teachers and educators have been working tirelessly to support students during these incredibly challenging times, and we are so lucky to have them in our district. Thank you, educators, for all that you do. As board members, you should stop playing games and do all that you can to support and retain our educators. We are losing excellent educators every day in this district. Tonight, the board will hear a budget presentation from our new interim CBO. West Contra Costa has gone through budget ups and downs, but what remains steadfast is our staff and our dedicated educators who are committed to supporting students, regardless of what happens at the board or in central office. As we move into the new year, let's focus on the real needs that our students and school staff and educators have, and keep our priorities close to the classroom where they belong. I'm wishing you all a great holiday season and a happy new year. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Andrew Wilkie. You may unmute yourself.
Yeah, my name's Andrew Wilkie. I'm the music director over at Richmond High School. Calling about some facilities issues. It was 56 degrees in my classroom today. It was 48 degrees in the theater where me and several hundred students were all day working on prepping for a dance recital. And in my other classroom, it's also 55 degrees. What kind of working condition is this? Because I looked it up, you know, there's laws, right? I need to be able to work and focus. I'm already overwhelmed. And I'm sitting there shivering, bro. I stay warm. I'm a hot-blooded person, as some of you might have guessed. I have children who are shivering. Mind you, these are children who, many of them, live in less than desirable circumstances with next to no heat in their homes. And then they come to our schools to not have heat. Now, 3 years ago, the district put a brand new heater in my building. Why does the brand new heater that y'all must have spent 20 grand to purchase and then pay a contractor to come install, why doesn't it work? Why does it take a month? It takes more than a month because I've been complained about this at every possible level I could. I just filed the Williams complaint today. Another thing, we have folks who come onto our school and do work in an unsafe manner. I'm talking about construction type work. I grew up in a construction type family. When we have 150, 200 kids in the theater and someone welding in the theater with no covering, no nothing, no regard to the people around them, that's unsafe. OSHA, you guys heard of OSHA? I gotta say, folks, in such a pressing year where I see teachers dropping out of this district right now, taking any of the jobs that are all over this region, it's really frustrating because you lose teachers and you deeply affect our students. Nothing to say, I don't really care about you except, no heat for you. Oh, teacher said it a month ago, too bad. Something's gotta be done, y'all. Please get some heat in the building. Thank you, so my kids don't have to sit there freezing their butts off. Have a great night.
Our next public speaker is Chris Roski. You may unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Hurst and school board trustees, district staff. My name is Chris Roski, and I'm speaking to you tonight as a parent of Valley View Elementary. As you know, our school community has had a very difficult year with our new principal. The list of serious complaints and unprofessional behavior is long and significant. The Valley View community has been very clear about our demands, the immediate suspension and removal of the site leadership at Valley View. As a community, we have been very patient as we wait for the district leadership to complete their investigation and make a decision about the best way to move forward. Dr. Hurst promised that the board would meet in closed session about this situation and that a decision would be made on December 8th. And yet we have yet to hear about the specific results of that meeting. Instead, last Friday, we received a vague message from the district inviting us to a Zoom meeting on December 16th to discuss a support plan for the principal. This came as a disappointing shock to the community, and as a response, school families conducted a sick out on Monday. 115 students stayed home in protest. On Tuesday, 121 students stayed home. The scale of this action is unprecedented, and it shows the widespread support for removal and the seriousness of the community's dissatisfaction. A support plan or district mentorship is not an acceptable resolution to this situation. The principal of Valley View has alienated herself from the community and continues to act in a manner that is unprofessional. The situation demands her immediate suspension and removal. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is JWC. Please state your first and last name for the record. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Joan Wallner-Connell. Pursuant to the CDC, the fatality rate for children from COVID-19 nationwide is 0.0003%, and the state average for California on a 7-day rolling basis is 0%. Accordingly, children are not warranted to be vaccinated for COVID-19. Pursuant to the CDC director, and our friend Dr. Fauci, in his New York Times November 12th interview, the COVID-19 vaccine will not prevent infection or transmission of the COVID-19 virus, nor will it prevent serious injury, hospitalization, or death any longer. Therefore, the vaccine is no longer the best tool for prevention of transmission. It is now a medical treatment at best. Hence, it cannot be mandated, as treatments are a personal medical choice pursuant to the state and federal constitutions. I understand the confusion now. As someone mentioned tonight that you're not even able to interpret your own bylaws. Pursuant to the FDA, the vaccine manufacturers, and multiple scientists across the nation and the world, these vaccines pose grave risks of severe myocarditis, blood clotting, and neurological damage, to name a few, predominantly prevalent in adolescents. As such, the risks of taking the vaccine strongly and significantly outweigh the benefits, especially as it pertains to the pediatric community. If you continue with this crazy mandate language, we look forward to challenging you in court. And let me warn you about your teachers who are divisive in the classroom towards children regarding vaccine status. Address this behavior immediately. You will be challenged. This is a clown show. And lastly, take an advisement from this group that can't even follow their own simple bylaws speaks volumes. Merry Christmas and God bless you all.
Our next public speaker is Michael Hernandez. You may unmute yourself.
Hello? So I'm not against a vaccine, but I'm against a vaccine mandate. These choices are made impulsive. You are in an island. Imagine yourself in an island. You're faced with two choices, water or food. We know we can live without water no more than 3 days. We can survive without food for 30 days. You're choosing food, an impulsive choice. We see stadiums sold out crowds, restaurants, and events, but our kids have to be masked, which is absolutely crazy. There's a CDC VRS ID 1734141-1. A boy, age 16, died from an enlarged heart after receiving 1 dose. This is just one example of many. From the CDC website also states that we have an estimate of over 50 million cases. Now, as state of January 1st, 4th, 2020 through December 11th of 2021, age group from 5 to 18, only 535 kids have died. So the percentage of that is 0.00001 chances of you ever contracting it and chance of survival and dying. So it's doesn't, the vaccine is not for everyone. It's only for some people, but not for everyone. So in addition to that, and sometime in April 2021 was a peak of COVID and Delta spike in India, in Budapest. So it's all over in a few months and no news, and all of a sudden it's crickets. But in September 21, the regional government announced that 99% decline in the number of cases that some linked to ivermectin. My problem is that there's only one choice to attend school and disregard of other choices of medication. That's all I say.
Our next public speaker is Marilyn. Please state your last name for the record. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Marilyn Langlois. I'm a Richmond resident. I'm asking you to consider rescinding the COVID vaccine mandate altogether. I'm sure you may sincerely believe the vaccine mandate is good and an obvious decision for protecting children, but please consider that this requirement gives a false sense of security to vaccinated children who can still catch and transmit the virus. Children are at practically zero risk of dying from COVID. There are many ways to avoid getting seriously ill, but Big Pharma and its captured public health agencies want us to believe solely in these inadequately tested injections that are bursting their coffers. Follow the money. Everyone should stay home if they're sick, but why would you deny children who are perfectly healthy and whose parents choose to avoid the known risks of this medical intervention their right to a quality in-person education? Sweden never closed schools or had mask mandates for students, and there were no serious school outbreaks there. Imposing vaccine mandates divides and labels everyone as being either safe, healthy, and clean, or being a biohazard, unclean, and dangerous to share any indoor space with. What kind of message does this send to our children? A 10-year-old girl at Grant Elementary School, a few blocks from my home, died September 4th of a heart attack. What an unspeakable tragedy for her family and community. We never used to hear about children dying of heart attacks. I don't know if this student had taken the COVID shot, which has a known risk for heart infections in youth. How can you deny parents the right of informed consent to gather all available information and make their own decision about whether to subject their children to this risk when the risks associated with them not getting the shot are minimal to non-existent? Thank you for considering this request.
And our next public speaker is Guadalupe Perez. And our last public speaker will be Mary Koch, as we have reached our public comment time. Ms. Guadalupe Perez, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening. Yes, my name is Guadalupe Perez, and I have a child at De Anza High School. And I'm speaking today to ask that you end the COVID vaccine mandate. I'm going to be repeating some of what others have said because I think it's very important, and I hope that you seriously take it into account. So the following are a few of the main reasons that I think the COVID vaccine mandate should end. Pursuant to the CDC, the fatality rate for children from COVID-19 nationwide is 0.00003%. Accordingly, children are not warranted to be vaccinated for COVID-19. Pursuant to the CDC director and Dr. Fauci, in his New York Times November 12th interview, the COVID vaccine will not prevent infection, nor transmission of the COVID-19 virus, nor will it prevent serious injury, hospitalization, or death any longer. Therefore, the vaccine is no longer the best tool for prevention of transmission. It's now a medical treatment. Therefore, it cannot be mandated. It cannot be mandated. Thirdly, pursuant to the FDA, the vaccine manufacturers and multiple scientists throughout the world, these vaccines pose grave risks of severe myocarditis, blood clotting, and neurological damage. That's only a few of the things that it can cause. So please, these are great risks and they outweigh the benefits for the pediatric community. Therefore, again, please end this mandate. Children have a right to physically attend public school, to participate in extracurricular activities, and to have social interaction with other students and teachers. Please put an end to this mandate, which puts our children's health at risk, segregates and isolates children who do not comply by forcing them into subpar virtual school. Please think of the psychological damage children will face yet again. Our children endured enough when schools were closed. Please do the right thing and end this mandate. Like many others, I too would pull out my child from the district, as I believe where there is risk, there must be choice. Rest in peace, Lupita. Descansa paz, Lupita. Thank you.
Point of order, President Christian. President Christian, point of order.
Go ahead.
Under our bylaw 9323, you have the ability with board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentations. We still have 16 people in the queue. I ask you to use your privilege and extend until we can finish these 16 people in the queue. They have been here since before 6:30. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. With the rest that's still in the Zoom, just like to take it to the board. 2 more minutes. 30. Like to raise, if we could extend public comment for about 30 more minutes. Yes. I'm gonna stand the public comment for 30 more minutes.
Our next public speaker is Mary Coach. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Mary Coach, and my child is a student in Valley View. I'm here in hopes to get a response from the board members as well as receive an apology for the delayed responses from the WCCUSD administration for the multiple issues parents have had to deal with through the school year, including but not limited to delayed emails in regards to school threats, lack of staffing, lack of supplies for classrooms, unnecessary fencing being built without parents' knowledge when the school already has an outer gate. Students with IEPs are also having needs that have not been met, and I am here in support for the parents as well as many other parents, waiting for the board's response to see who is going to take the blame for these issues. Is it the on-site administration, the board, or the WCCUSD administration at fault? I believe parents of the Valley View are needing an acceptable resolution resulting in new on-site administration and quicker response times from here on out. Because as a parent whose child loves this school, I want them to continue going, but I don't want to have to worry about their well-being every second they are there. I want to personally thank Ms. Farrell, Coach, Darla, and all staff subtracting the current on-site administration, and thank the parents for showing that this is a school our kids love and is worth fighting for. And in the future, I recommend the board you prioritize putting a support system to better help your current teachers, both more physically by giving better access to aids and supplies, as well as mentally by giving a more supportive work environment for your teachers. Again, I'm Mary Coach, and thank you for your time.
Our next public speaker is C. Peters. Please state your first name for the record. You may unmute yourself.
My name is Carol Peters. I'm shocked and I'm extremely disappointed by what has taken place today. This is a shame. Shame, shame, shame. First, it appeared to be an invalid vote per Rosenberg's and Robert's Rules of Order. However, I may not have heard the original motions for nominations for president. But what we all just witnessed was the board intentionally ignoring their own policy without justification. And that is shameful. That is scary. Bylaws are a legal binding document. Board governance standards state that you will hold yourself to the highest ethical conduct. Are you sure? Are you positive? Clearly not. Further, board bylaw number 9100 sets the manner for which the president of the board is selected. It literally tells you what should happen. Bylaw 9100 states the clerk is to become the president except for unusual cases. If that is what happened today, we demand the lawyers to explain how today qualifies as an exception, an unusual case. The board is at the top. And this is why it's really scary. If the board can choose when to willy-nilly ignore policies and create them, y'all are the ones who set the example. If y'all do it, then how do we stop the people below you? How do we stop that from happening at schools when a student gets in trouble and the consequences, well, you know, that's what the policy says, but we're not going to follow it for you today. Because that's the precedent that y'all are setting. That's the example that you all as board members are setting. It's a shame. I'm highly disappointed. If you can't do better, then resign. I encourage everyone. This is why local elections are important, because clearly there's something fishy going on, that they are not giving up power the way that it should and not following these bylaws. Something fishy's going on. I don't know what it is, but somebody's going to find out. I'm done.
Our next public speaker is David Murgio. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening. I would like to point out that this is supposed to be a democracy. I've seen this happen time and time again. It looks like Valley View has clearly voted to eliminate an administrator at their school and nothing's been done. I am not even from that school, but I went through this with my child when they were in elementary school. And I'm going to ask for solidarity from other schools to also coordinate a walkout if they don't get things straight there, because I see a lot of solidarity with these kind of things happening. This vote was a sham. As the previous woman spoke, it should have been Smith Folds. That's what the SOP says. You got to follow the binding contract. You guys, I don't know who stayed on to listen before, but your whole board was evaluated by an outside colleagues who really gave you an F for this exact same thing, not following bylaws, not getting to the point, not dealing with the most important issues. The other thing, the vaccine mandate, enough people have said enough about that. It's not even a binding mandate because it's not a vaccine. You can't vote on something that it ain't. And so far it looks like it's 6-4 in favor of no mandate by your students and their families. So I think you guys treat it as a democracy. start to look at the real evidence, not your one doctor who cannot treat students without seeing them. So I urge you all to stop this nonsense. Stop the psychological warfare on our students. They want to be with their friends. They don't want to be separated from their teachers, their friends, their in-person learning. Many psychiatrists will tell you, the one from LA will show you how many students he's losing to overdose, to suicide, from virtual learning, from these pressures that are being put on them by parents, not being able to bring them to school, not being able to have them engage in normal activities, and by these board members to come up with these policies that are not democratic.
Conclude your comment. Our next public speaker is Jean Kitster. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening, everybody. I have heard mentions of checking the bylaws a few times during this meeting so far, and I am shocked to log on to a board meeting to see that the clerk was not appointed to be the president and another person is now the president. Why are we not following these bylaws? I request that a discussion about the bylaws and why they're only followed sometimes be placed on the agenda for the next meeting. We need to follow the bylaws or we need to rewrite them. On a different note, I wanted to mention to the board that Verde K8 is not properly getting cleaned with only one custodian at the site that's working. The other custodian's on assignment, leaving us with just one custodian and a revolving door left spinning without someone getting the job done. The scrub crew are only emptying the trash if I'm lucky. My kindergarten classrooms and bathrooms are not getting cleaned, and it's not acceptable and it needs to be fixed. Can I bill my hours for cleaning my own room? Do these hours count towards the extra hours teachers are mandated to complete each year? In addition to the substitute crisis for staff, I'm told that there is one, now maybe two, bilingual people who can test students for speech evaluations. I have students that have been waiting long past their legal mandated time to have a speech evaluation, according to IDEA. How are we going to fix this? In addition, WCC staff do not have exemption from vaccination. I heard that mentioned tonight. We are mandated to be vaccinated. My final comment is may Lupita rest in peace, and my condolences to her friends, family, and the community that are affected by her sudden passing.
Our next public speaker is Lisa Disbrow. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Disbrow, and I'm a recently retired teacher. I was ethically obligated to retire from a career that I passionately love due to overwhelming COVID fear-mongering and abnormal fear-based student policies. It was my goal to be the longest serving kindergarten teacher in West Contra Costa history. And unfortunately, I had to resign because I could not face forcing 5-year-olds to mask all day. I want to speak to all those who believe where there is risk, there must be choice. If you agree with that statement, please visit our group, nomandates2021@gmail.com. Again, nomandates2021@gmail.com. We would like to share our information and how we can move forward and protect our children from Russian roulette, shots, and vaccines that are not effective and can cause considerable harm. Also visit theunityproject.com, where Dr. Robert Malone, inventor of mRNA technology, describes the consequences to children's brains, hearts, respiratory systems, and reproductive organs. We are here to protect our children. That is our obligation as all adults and primarily as parents. There is no point in injecting an experimental drug in healthy bodies. Please visit nomandates2021@gmail.com. Thank you and God bless.
Our next public speaker is Kevin English. You may unmute yourself. I'm sorry, we will move to our next public speaker as we cannot promote to panelists. Our next public speaker is William McGee. You may unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, superintendent, staff, and community. My name is William McGee, Director of the Office of African American Student Achievement, and I just wanted to make a few comments tonight. First of all, I did want to say my heart goes out to the family of Lupita. I found out that she was the sister of one of our former, or two of our former Dejan students. And so that was tough. And, I was able to support the family, not with much, but with a little bit for their efforts. So my heart goes out to that family. The other thing is I wanted to inform the board and the community that our Mafanikio academic coaching program is a program that is open to students in our school district. And it's this program that really allows students to explore the Black and African American culture and diaspora. And it gives the students an opportunity to learn about their cultural heritage. And this is sometimes not often done in our regular school day on a regular. So this is a great program. And this week, our programs are exploring what the Kwanzaa tradition is, which is the African American and African version of the Christmas celebration. Kwanzaa is held from December 26th to January 1, 7 days, because there are 7 principles. And so it's exciting that our programs are celebrating Kwanzaa this week as we will be on winter recess. So board, we will send you all some videos and some photos of the celebrations. Lastly, I would like to invite the community and the board to our ASAT, African American Site Advisory Team meeting on December 16 at 6 p.m. The ASAT is a group of parents and guardians really geared towards supporting our Black students. And so they meet monthly, and we will have our meeting tomorrow night. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Tabitha Sotomayor. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Tabitha Sotomayor, and I have been a parent at Valley View Community Elementary School for 9 years. I want to mention that tonight, the West Contra Costa Unified School District family received communications that started with student relationships and connectedness to school are extremely important to establish safe and supportive school environments. We know that students are just as affected as adults by traumatic national and local events. Some young people are affected even more, even if no one realizes it. The students and teachers at Valley View are no exception to this, yet we are being traumatized more and more every day. Our administration has put up physical and verbal barriers between the school and parents. This is beyond tragic, as our Valley View parents have a long history of donating countless hours and dollars to assist the teachers and students in their success. We were ready to be extra hands to remove some of the load from the teachers and staff and help ensure everyone's health and safety. Instead, a fence was erected. Parents are not allowed on campus. Videos of our traditional Halloween parade were barred from being sent to parents. Communications have been appallingly absent, and students are not getting IEPs followed. These complaints are only the tip of the iceberg. The student relationships and connectedness to the school and administration has been torn apart due to subpar leadership. Parents have been shocked and at the resistance to the help and support we have repeatedly tried to offer when we have seen and felt the multitude of errors and flaws in the school's leadership. Please hear us and do your part to end the suffering of the entire Valley View community by changing the school's leadership now. It is far too late for the West Contra Costa Unified School District administration to offer platitudes of support. We need real action and extreme change. Notice we had school rallies, the walkout, and petitions signed. Do better.
Our next public speaker is Mireya Almanza. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Mireya Almanza. I want to say I'm not anti-vaccine, but I do believe every parent has the right to make informed medical decisions for their children. Children also have the right to an in-person education regardless of vaccination status. Please rescind the vaccine and mask mandate. Where there is risk, there must be choice. I also ask you to ask your teachers to please refrain from vaccination talk in the classroom, especially bias persuasion. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is John Mejia. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening. Good evening. Mandating that our children obtain vaccines that do not stop COVID-19 infections and causes bodily damage and death is not acceptable. First, obtaining the vaccination does not protect anyone from contracting the virus. In fact, according to recent studies, a vaccinated person spreads the COVID virus at a much higher rate than a vaccine-free person. In a 31 worldwide case report that included the United States Centers for Disease Control, the University of California, San Diego, the Mayo Clinic, University of California, Davis, and the New York State Department of Health, and the countries of Israel, United Kingdom, Finland, Netherlands, Sweden, and the United States, it showed that the vaccinated had more COVID-19 infections and were more infectious than the vaccine-free. According to experts from the study, quote, countries with higher percentage of population fully vaccinated have higher COVID-19 cases per 1 million people. Notably, Israel with over 60% of its population fully vaccinated, and Iceland and Portugal with over 75% vaccinated had the highest COVID-19 cases per 1 million people, more than the countries of Vietnam and South Africa that have 10% of their population vaccinated. Now, why would the school board mandate a vaccination that doesn't work and put children in harm's way? The vaccine companies are exempt from any liabilities for damages from the vaccine, but you are not exempt. And if you mandate vaccinations as a means to obtain education, you can be personally liable for any damages caused by the vaccination you mandate under US Code 18 USC 241 and 242. And if any child is harmed or dies, we will seek damage claims from the school board and you personally for starting this unneeded mandate. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Maisha Harris Gash. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening. Today, the world lost a great author. Her name, Bell Hooks. She wrote about the intersectionality of race, capitalism, and gender, and their ability to produce systems of oppression and class domination. Her roots are from the segregated town of Hopkinsville, Kentucky, from segregated schools to Stanford University and earning a PhD from UC Santa Cruz. Her first major work, Ain't I a Woman? Black Women and Feminism, was published in 1981. It examined the historical impact of racism and sexism on Black women, the devaluation of Black womanhood, media roles and our portrayals, and the education system. Today, we could even look at this major piece of writing and how it connects to our adolescent Black girls. I share a little bit about Ms. Hooks to share two of her quotes. Number one, for me, forgiveness and compassion are always linked. How do we hold people accountable for wrongdoing and yet at the same time remain in touch with their humanity enough to believe in their capacity to be transformed? There's a lot of forgiveness and compassion that needs to be extended throughout this district. And her second quote, the classroom remains the most radical space of possibility. This week, I have seen some great things from my students this week. I have seen students step up and be in a leadership role I have never seen before. So it has been a great week. Finally, to my students, I thank each of you and your families for choosing to get vaccinated. Let no one make you feel that your choice was wrong. With my love and respect, Ms. Gash.
Our next public speaker is Orlando. Please state your last name for the record. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Orlando Ramirez. Tonight, I'm here not talk about statistics, science, or scientists, because we all already know how many times science or scientists have been wrong. Tonight, I'm here to talk about my 4 lovely kids that have been with my wife and I when we both catch COVID back on 2020. I know that the statistics may say that the risk of getting or developing an issue with this vaccine is pretty low, but I have 4 kids. And it only takes one of them for something to go wrong to ruin our lives forever. So today, I'm here to ask you not to follow other school districts, but to follow your heart and do the right thing for everyone, especially our little kids that are the future. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Kim Sargentini. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. I also wanted to talk about the bylaws not being followed. I feel like it's a bad example to students and others when we don't follow the bylaws. The equity audit talked about the need to follow the bylaws, and when the previous board did not follow them, making Trustee Phillips the president at the time, I thought it was wrong then, and I still think it's wrong now. Mr. Christian, you do always have good concluding comments at the end of every night that are encouraging. So I'm hoping that you take this role and that you lead in a way where we focus on safety and staff and morale overall. I also ask that you would listen to the Valley View parents. I know as a parent and as a staff member that once it gets to this point where there's been so much trust broken, it's almost impossible to repair. And it just becomes detrimental both to the administrator and to the site. I guess you know, but I want to remind you also about our substitute crisis. We're splitting classes, sometimes 2 and 3 of them a day. The subs are reporting that other districts pay $50 to $100 or more than we do. And then I also saw the notice about the focus on the violence in schools. I support us focusing on trying to see what is going on, why we're having so many issues in the schools with things like threats and other things going on where our children don't feel very safe. So I do think that's a good direction to go in, and I hope we find some type of solution. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Michelle. Please state your last name for the record. You may unmute yourself. Michelle?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Michelle Drury. I'm in the district. I do have 2 boys that go to school, and I would have a 3rd in, but due to the mask mandate and the way the district puts mandates over kids and undervaluing their social development or emotional development or their basic needs, I do not have my 3rd in school at the moment. But I just want to express my concern for the impending vaccine mandate. and to ask that you all consider it on the wide scale of views, from parents to educators to medical professionals, and truly consider not putting a mandate across all of the kids for what is unknown and could cause some detriment to the community, and which has already shown to have vast problems amongst the kids in terms of their well-being, as well as their emotional well-being, their educational resources, availability. It is very obvious and apparent through this community meeting, as well as talking to parents, how this long debate and cat and mouse dialogue is affecting the communities and the kids. And so please, please, please consider not imposing this mandate, and also keeping the communications very clear and transparent among the parents in the community, because right now it very much so feels like we're playing this cat and mouse game, and there's not really clear understanding about where we stand and where this is going. And that is just too long to keep a community like this, and it's creating a lot of disparity and divide and uncertainty, and that is detrimental to the health and to the well-being of everyone. So thank you. Please, no mandates.
And our last public speaker of tonight will be Celion Harrison. You may unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening, board. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good evening. Thank y'all for being here late tonight, letting everybody speak. I want to say a lot of things that the other parents said, but from the Black parents' perspective, we still need more options from the district, like the other parents were saying also, because our kids are hurting in a lot of different ways, and the data shows that. So the vaccine right now, mandating the vaccine is not equitable for Black students. And I would encourage the district and the board to wait until next year. We have teachers right now that are breaking down, and the district's in bad shape. And I think just putting this on top of it is not a good idea. We have a lot of fires to put out, and we have to get all kids educated. And Black kids are at the bottom right now. This mandate and not taking care of the educators is crumbling the district. So we need to put this on hold and help our educators, because no one was prepared to come back in school from a pandemic. And so we need to, slow it down, even though I know everybody wants a healthy and safe community, because we all do. And I'm not against the vaccine. I am hesitant, but I'm not against it. But I feel that if we take our time and roll out plans and support our educators and support our students with transitioning to get everybody vaccinated and getting teacher support, I think that would be a better way for us to keep our students in our district and also keep educators in our district. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment. And now we're going to proceed on to the agenda. Board, are there any agenda changes to the agenda? Trustees Gonzalez-Hort.
Thank you, President Christian. I would like to move action item 2 to the consent calendar.
Trustee Phillips.
I actually wanted to pull item C10, which is A22 Adult Education Course Approval for 21-22. And I actually wanted to discuss E2. E2.
Okay. Okay. Trustees, Repler, you have anything?
No, thank.
Trustee Smith Fall?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay. All right. Going back to the consent, Trustee Gonzalez Hoy pulled item 2. And for item 10, Trustee Phillips, and to discuss E2.
Sorry, President Christian. To clarify, I pulled E2, which is the one that Trustee Phillips wants to discuss.
Can I ask for a clarification? When you said you were saying you were pulling it off
Sorry,
the agenda?
I was adding it to consent. Sorry.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to each make a motion, and then we'll have to vote as a board on which direction to go. So one motion would be to move the agenda with pulling C10 and adding E2 to consent. And the other motion would have to be approving the agenda, pulling C10, and keeping the rest as is.
Just want to make a quick point of order, that's okay. Any board member can pull an item off of consent. Any member of the public can really do it, but any board member can pull an item off consent. So even if nobody else, even if everybody wants it to be on consent, any board member can pull an item from consent. So even if you put an item on consent, if somebody wants to discuss it, they can, because any board member can pull an item from consent.
Okay.
Point of order, President Christian. That is not true. If I was to make a motion to move it to consent and it was approved by the rest of the board, then it has to be moved into consent, which is why I'm just saying, why don't we just go with majority and vote on 2 motions? But the reason why I pulled it was to not take time, and now we're taking a lot of time. So now it's going against what I was trying to do when I spoke to you and Superintendent Hurst about, so.
Do you want to take a recess and look it up?
Yes.
And then you don't have to take anybody's word for it.
Yeah, we can.
President Christian, I just take my motion back, because now we're taking longer, which is not the point of what I was trying to do. So I'll give Mr. Phillips his way, and I'll just leave it as is and move to approve the agenda with C10 pulled.
Okay. So from there, we'll vote on the agenda. After approval of the agenda, all right, we go to a vote. Trustee Smith Falls?
I don't vote to approve the agenda because we need to answer the question that's on the floor. We need to, is a lawyer there? Don't we have the lawyer there tonight? This could be an easily solved question. So my vote is no, unless you're gonna call the lawyer in who's right there, who's supposed to be there. I think this question needs to be answered. But if you're not gonna do that, my vote is no to approve the agenda. Thank you.
Trustee Phillips.
Yes.
Gonzalez, oh, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Christie, yes. Motion carries.
Trustee Christian, if I may, just really quickly so we can resolve things. I'm just going to read the agenda really quick. It says consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted, approved, and adopted by one motion unless a request for removal, discussion, or explanation is received from any board member or member of the public in attendance. That's literally on the agenda. So what I was saying to you is true, but it's on the agenda. You can read it right there.
All right. And now we move to approve the consent items that were pulled. 1 through 9 and 11.
President Christian, I move the consent items.
Somebody second?
I'll second.
All right. And Trustee Smith Folds?
Trustee Smith Folds, yes.
Trustee Phillips?
Yes, sir.
Gonzalez, oh, yes.
Reckler, yes.
And Christie, yes. Motion, it carries. Now we go to the superintendent, Dr. Hurst. Report.
Thank you very much, sir. Before we pull up the superintendent's report, wanted to share with the board and the public, I did send, our communication department sent a letter to the community with reference to a student who had passed away, and many people have mentioned the student's name, Lapita. I wanted to share the contents of the letter. This was sent to the community. I'm writing to share some very unfortunate news. I'm extremely saddened to share that a student passed away unexpectedly. Guadalupe Lupita Conchola, a 10-year-old fourth grade student at Grant Elementary School, died on Saturday, December the 4th, from natural causes. Our sincere condolences go out to the Lupita family and friends and the Grant community. Lupita was a bright, beloved young person with an equally bright future. Lupita attended Grant since preschool and had 2 older siblings who are also part of the Grant community and our alumni. We also wanted to share there's been some misinformation shared about her cause of death that is related to the COVID-19 vaccination. We did speak to her family. Her family gave us permission to share, and they informed us that she did not receive a COVID-19 vaccination. So these rumors are false. And we're asking them, and the family is asking that the rumors cease immediately. As a community, it's important to support Lupita's family, and any rumors about her cause of death are hurtful and distressing to the family and school community at this time. Our hearts go out to the family, as do our prayers. We also wanted to share another memoriam. Anthony Castaneda, husband of Shannon Castaneda, payroll technician, recently passed away. Mr. Castaneda was a painter by trade, but in his spare time, he was someone that loved making memories with his family and friends. Once again, our thoughts go out to the family and friends, the loss of their loved ones. Also come to a time I wanted to share before I turn it over to staff. We wanted to recognize a few individuals who will be leaving our district. And Kristen Hardy is not here, but we wanted to recognize her. She had to leave suddenly this evening. But we wanted to recognize Kristen Hardy for her service to the Department of Special Education in the West Contra Costa Unified School District. Ms. Hardy's last day will be this December 31st, 2021. Ms. Hardy became the district SELPA director at the onset of the COVID pandemic. She's worked hard in supporting our district and our learning community, especially our students with special needs. We wanted to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Hardy for her hard work, her dedication, and to the students of WCCUSD. We do have a plaque for Ms. Hardy that reads, "In recognition of your service and dedication to the students and staff of WCCUSD 2020 through 2021 from the Board of Education, this 15th day of December." We also want to take the opportunity to recognize Beatrice B, is what she's called, Ponce, for 32 years of service to the West Contra Costa Unified School District. Ms. Ponce started her career in WCCUSD as a substitute clerk in 1989. She became a permanent employee in 1998, serving in various positions and becoming a confidential senior administrative assistant in the Human Resource Department in 2003. We also have a plaque for Ms. B. Ponce that says the same, and we like to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Ponce for her hard work and dedication to the students and staff of WCCUSD. And then also, we would like to take this opportunity to recognize Marcy Williams for 8 years of service to the Department of Human Services in the West Contra Costa Unified School District. Ms. Williams started a career in WCCUSD as a Director of Employee Relations in 2013. In 2019, she served as the Interim Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and then becoming the Chief Personnel Officer in 2020. We also have a plaque for you, Ms. Williams. We like to say we are so grateful for you. I am as well. And I'm so happy for you in your new venture in life. And I wish you the very best. And we want to take this opportunity, all of us, the board, and myself, just saying thank you for your hard work and your dedication. I appreciate you. We appreciate you. Also, I have a plaque for our outgoing board president, and it's tradition, from what I understand, that we pass along a gavel plaque, and I'm going to show it to those who are here so they can see the plaque, and those off to the side. And it reads, presented to Mr. Phillips West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education President, 2020, 2021. And I would like to say, sir, being in a role of a leader of our board is extremely hard. I've seen you coming in, make really tough decisions. And I liken it to myself making some tough decisions on behalf of the organization. I just want to say, I've been watching you. I appreciate you, sir, and I appreciate your time as the board president. You're not going anywhere, sir. You'll still be here, so I'll still be calling on you as well. But I wanted to say thank you for your service as the president. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to staff. Staff has an update to share with the board and with the public regarding where we stand with different components of the vaccine mandate. So I'll turn it over to staff. You can go ahead to the next slide. And there you go.
All right, good evening, board and community. So this evening, we will present to you updated data on where we are with our vaccine mandate. So what you see before you are the totals by school of fully vaccinated students based on the data that is in Power School as of Monday, the 13th. And then the number of total students ages 12 and up per school, for a total of 12,185 eligible students in our district. Go to the next slide. And here are the rest of our schools. So on the next slide, you'll see the totals. So as of Monday, the 13th, we have a total of 4,944 students documented in Power School as being fully vaccinated. That represents 40.6% of our eligible students of the 12,185. In addition, we have 294 students who have received one dose, 147 students who are not yet vaccinated, but who they themselves or their parents in Power School indicated that they will get vaccinated, 52 who do not plan to be vaccinated, and 5 with a medical exemption. The number at the top is also important. So of our 12,185 students, 55% of them, or 6,743, have not yet responded to our Power School form. So again, that's a form that can be filled out by parents or by students or by simply turning in the paper vaccination card to the school, and we as a district will upload on behalf of families. So that is our current status. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see a breakdown of our fully vaccinated students, so the 4,944 by race, ethnicity. So the numbers by race, ethnicity, and the percentage of the total fully vaccinated. You go to the next slide. This is a repeat. You've seen this before, simply to indicate that our process has not changed. Parents or students can complete the form in Power School or turn in a paper card for upload. We have a team of medical assistants who verify that documentation inside of Power School. There's a verification team that runs reports from Power School for follow-up. There's a team that does outreach, making calls to families to encourage families to fill out the form or provide the information so we could fill out on their behalf, and then also to discuss educational options if they don't intend to vaccinate. Next slide. On this slide, you'll see a breakdown. I mentioned earlier that as of Monday, we have a total of 52 students who indicated that they will not vaccinate. And what you see before you is a breakdown by grade level. So from left to right, grade 6 having 5 students through grade 13, or our transition program having 1 student, for a total of 52. Next slide.
Good evening, board and members of the public. This is Ryan Phillips, the District Communications Director. I'm going to talk about some recent outreach efforts. So yeah, at the request of Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy, District Communications staff looked into mailing families information on how to upload their students' vaccination card. We believe the best way forward is to mail families a postcard with QR codes linking to the portal for securely uploading vaccination cards, as well as to our website where they can learn more information. The district communications team is working with our print shop to finalize a design and mail out postcards to families who have yet to upload their cards during this break. In terms of outreach, we're also updating our toolkits for families and principals with more up-to-date information. We're also working on a script for principals to share information on how to upload vaccination cards during the morning announcements. We continue to send out regular messages to families who have yet to upload their vaccination cards as well. And we also continue to outreach specifically to students. I want to give a special thank you to student trustees Coe and Trujillo for writing first-person accounts on why they got the COVID-19 vaccine. We sent out their messages to all students and families in our district on Monday, and that message was one of our most read emails we have sent recently, with nearly 20,000 views. Next slide, please. Here's an update on our district's vaccine raffle. We ran the first raffle last Friday for students who have submitted their vaccination cards. We contacted the winning students, and district communications staff visited schools and students this week distributing prizes. Students representing these schools won prizes: Richmond High, Pinole Valley High, Middle College High, Dijon Middle, Hercules Middle, Hercules High, and El Cerrito High. Prizes that were distributed this week include $500 gift cards, $150 gift cards, Fire TV sticks, and portable Bluetooth speakers. Of course, the last raffle is going to happen this Friday, and a laptop computer is among the prizes, along with more $500 and $150 gift cards and more tech prizes as well. Thank you.
Good evening, board and community. Student educational options, virtual school, our plans to accommodate students who will enroll. Our options as presented from last week are to continue hiring from EdJoin and Indeed. Again, the implications for that are the current teacher shortage, current vacancies in schools, current wait lists at Vista Virtual. Another option is to move teachers who will not be vaccinated to Vista Virtual. There would be implications to master schedules. Teacher staff have personal exemptions, so they are not required to move, and current vacancies in schools. Next slide, please. Our current enrollment at Vista Virtual is 266 students as of 12/7/21. Next slide, please. Our percentage of Virtual Academy students by student group is listed as well on this slide. Next slide, please. We have 365 students currently on the wait list. This is broken down by grade level. Next slide, please. This is our wait list by student groups for Vista Virtual Academy. I do want to also name, which is not on the slide, that 218 families, we've been doing phone banking. Marin Trujillo and his team have been doing phone banking for all the parents who are on the wait list. 218 students have been called who have been on the wait list. They're waiting for callbacks from 102 families. 56 families have indicated that they are no longer interested because they have either gotten vaccinated or chosen to just stay at their school. 5 families they were unable to reach. 9 are now undecided and wanting to wait to give an answer. And 46 have agreed to move to Vista Virtual. They will be moved after the Christmas holiday. Thank you.
Good evening. So we continue to work with our staff to try to get all the documentation for being fully vaccinated. Our numbers have shifted a little bit. We're at 86% instead of 85, and we're now down from 488 from not having documentation to 439. We did a lot of auditing this last week and working on those that are on leave and resigning. And so we continue to do outreach again by email, and we'll be sending out paper letters in the next week or two to continue to focus on the 439 that are still missing documentation. We're also partnering with our unions to have them do outreach as well. Thank you.
Board President, that concludes our presentation. We're now open for questions, sir.
All right, are there any questions? Trustee Smith-Folds?
President Christian, can you come back to me, please?
Okay, Trustee Phillips?
I'm still thinking.
Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy?
Thank you, President Christian. I have 3 questions. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. My first question, out of the 365 students on the waitlist for virtual school, Ms. Martin, does that include the 52 who have already shared are not willing to get vaccinated, or are the 52 on top of the 365?
I'd have to do a cross-reference with the attendance department to identify if those same 52 are also families that, because this list is from families who actually filled out the Google form to say they're interested in Vista Virtual. It does not necessarily mean that they are the 52 who said they will not be vaccinated. But I can provide that at our next meeting.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then the 55.3% of no responses, do we have any indication maybe from site administrators or teachers as to why they think maybe we haven't gotten that many responses? Or excuse me, why we haven't gotten the 55.3 back? And that can be for anyone, so.
Can you repeat the question?
The question, yeah, it was, there's 55.3% of families who have not responded yet. Have we gotten any maybe indication from principals or teachers as of why they think that maybe those families have not responded? Is it like a issue about technology? Is it an issue about outreach? Like, do you guys have a sense of why we have such large number there? Does that make sense? Okay.
Anybody can jump in, but I will say that I attended learning walks today, and one thing that principals stated in the learning walks, we had a little conversation about the vaccinations. They were saying that students were having a difficult time uploading the information. They also stated that I believe there's Google Forms that now Ryan's team has developed for easy upload for each school. Not Google Form, but Google Folders. And I don't want to speak for Ryan, but he can speak to that. And I believe that will make it easier. There was also just a conversation from principals that they just felt like we needed to have more vaccination clinics at elementary schools. They did feel like there was more of an uptake of families and community wanting to be vaccinated for some reason, with it being at elementary schools. So we do need to continue that. And then they also identified that the raffle and the incentivizing has actually helped. I think it's promoted students to actually just turn in the information because they believe that there are students who have the vaccinations but have not submitted documentation. But those are some of the things that I've heard from principals, and that was just as recently as today.
I just wanted to add to that in terms of numbers that we've seen an uptick just in the last week of 1,500. So just in the course of 1 week, an increase of 1,500 submissions into PowerSchool. And I do think a lot of that is about the raffle and the word getting out, and the way in which a deadline puts fire under making things happen. But also, as Ms. Martin stated, it's I think a confluence of different reasons.
Thank you so much to both of you. That's my last question.
I could just add, pardon me, trustees, if I could just add briefly about our student outreach. So we have communicated with students directly through their student email addresses. We've sent them instructions on how to upload their card via their school Chromebooks, as well as instructions, both written and a video instruction on how to upload their vaccination cards.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. And thank you for the great postcard. Looks great.
All right, trustee Reckler.
So first, how deep do you want me to go into this now instead of for the action item?
I think it's fine, ma'am, if you ask your questions now.
Okay, so the first question is, I'm curious to understand what the number is that you think needs to go to Vista. Last week, it was 13 plus 1.
Trustee Reckler, sorry to interrupt you. We can't hear you on this side. We couldn't hear you on this side, sorry.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Okay. I don't know. So the first question is, what is the number that you think is going to go into Vista? Last week, my recollection is that it was 13 that wanted to come in, plus 1 student was going to disenroll, so it was 14. And now the number seems to be up around 50.
So what we did was there's 2 different comparisons. There's one with the 52 students who said last week it was, I can't remember the number, but I believe it was 45, that said they would not be vaccinated. So what we did was phone bank those parents and those students. That's separate from this list. That's the actual wait list. Some of those students, this is similar to Trustee Hoy's question, some of those students might actually be the same, but we don't know if they said because they won't be vaccinated, if they also put their name on the wait list. So I have to ask Marin and the team to actually do a cross-reference of the 52 and also the students who are actually on the wait list.
Okay. The next question is, you're saying that, this may be kind of petty, but you're saying that 7,000 students are not vaccinated, which I don't believe is accurate, right? I believe it's 7,000 students haven't uploaded cards proving vaccination. Because if you go out to the Contra Costa County Health Department website, which isn't perfect, but if you look at the data that they have in the whole county, 12 to 15-year-olds, 90% are about vaccinated, 16 to 19, 90% are vaccinated. If you look at by town, El Cerrito, about 90%, Hercules about 84, Kensington about 90, Pinole about 84, San Pablo about 90, and Richmond about 87. So what we have is really just cards not being uploaded I mean, do we believe that, or do we believe people are really not vaccinated and we just have all the pockets of unvaccinated in those age groups?
So I can say with certainty the data that we have, which is 6,743 have not responded. So we do not know if they are vaccinated or not vaccinated. The data that you have from the county is a data point, but in terms of what we can validate and verify, it's the information in our system. So you're correct that it's not that we have 7,000 students who are unvaccinated. We have 6,743 where we don't know the status of their vaccination at this time.
Okay, and then for students that are not vaccinated, whether it's 13 or 50, we don't really know. On January 3rd, what happens to them?
Was your question, what happens to the students who are unvaccinated? January the 3rd?
Yeah, I mean, I see two different issues. One is an upload issue, and one is that we actually have students that are not vaccinated. So I see this a little bit differently. But for children who are really not going to get vaccinated, what happens to them on January 3rd if there's no space for them in the virtual, one of the virtual Vista concepts?
Yes, I think that's the real struggle that we're having. Trustee Reckler and board, even if it's 100 students, and I was sharing this with another board member, do we have space in the virtual academy, knowing that we already have a wait list of, I think, 325 students, and you add even 100 students to that, we don't have space for them to be very transparent with the board. We don't have space for them. We don't have an option, on January the 3rd for those students. So that's a reality for us, which is what I said at the last board meeting, why we bring this data to the board and we bring our best recommendation as well, so that we could still be proactive and we still try to message, we still try to market, reach the students individually to get them to turn in their certification and do everything in our power that we can do. But at the end of the day, if there's not enough spaces, that's really a decision I believe that we have to make at that point. So we don't have an option for those students on January the 3rd.
And we would be out of educational compliance, I guess. I don't know
Yes,
how to
ma'am,
s-
we would.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Yes, we will be out of compliance.
Okay,
We will
thank
not
you.
have a spot for those students.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, trustee Nicole?
So for my first question, with with the 20,000 views of the student trustees reason to get vaccinated the email, will other students possibly be featured and interviewed to be sent out through emails like we were? And would it be possible to compensate them with possible rewards such as like the laptop, gift cards, etc.?
We would love to feature more student voice, so we're absolutely interested in featuring more students.
And how would that be conducted? Would you send out an email through student emails and then ask if they would be interested to sharing their story?
Yeah, there's different options. That's one option. We could also go through the existing student leadership as a way. So yeah, there's definitely a few options that we can consider to increase student voice.
And then with the concerns of safety on campus, is there going to be, is there a shortage of safety staff members like security guards? And if so, what are the numbers looking like for that?
I'm sorry, student trustee Cole, can you say that one more time, please?
So with the concerns of safety on campus, is there a shortage of security guards or other safety staff members? And if so, what are the numbers looking like? Like how many staff members for safety do we need to hire?
So can you repeat the question?
Is my mic not working? Is it just my mic?
No,
Okay.
I want to make sure I understood it.
Okay, with the concerns of safety on campus, is there a shortage of safety staff members or a shortage of security guards? And if so, what are the numbers looking like, as in how many safety staff members should we hire or do we need to hire?
So we are hiring, continuing to hire safety staff. We did a reorganization this last in July. And so part of that shortage has been due to the changing and the reconfiguring, but we are continuing to hire, and we should, be close to having that completed in the next couple weeks.
And is there an exact number for however many staff members there needs to be?
So staffing allocations are usually done by student population at each site and make that determination by that.
And then, so how will, with the procedure following after January 3rd, how will schools or who will enforce that students be held accountable for their vaccination? So for example, if a student is not vaccinated by the deadline, are they going to be kicked out of school? Or who is going to tell them that they can't be on campus? Will it be teachers? Will it be safety staff members? Will it be, admin on campus?
That will be left up to the administrative staff. So it would be the principal and that principal staff.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, and going back to trustee Smith, Fogg, did you have any questions?
I did. Currently, can Vista Virtual absorb 52 students? Do they currently have the capacity to absorb 52 students?
They do. Currently, there are 10 spaces in second, 12 in third, 17 in fourth, 1 in fifth, 1 in sixth, 43 in seventh, 56 in eighth, and 29 in ninth. Although they are not letting students enroll who are high school until the end of the semester. So they would have to start at the beginning of the next semester.
Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, sir. I want to ask a question about capacity and compliance. And it follows up on the question that Trustee Reckler asked and that you answered, Dr. Hurst. And my question is this, and I'm not advocating for it, but I'm just asking a question. What happened to old-fashioned paper independent study? And what I mean by that is, do we have to have seats in a virtual school to be in compliance? Or can we just use old-fashioned paper independent study to make it?
Larissa, can you talk about Vista Land and the possibility of enrolling students into that independent study?
Yeah, they can be enrolled, but they still need a teacher of record. So even with independent study, you have to have a teacher of record for independent study. The independent study laws have changed. And so even with independent study, Vista Virtual or Vista Land, you still have to have a teacher of record, and your teacher of record still has to have the same number of students based on the bargaining agreement in West Contra Costa Unified. We also cannot do just paper independent study longer than 15 days. The law states that students cannot be on independent study longer than 15 days, where we would give them a paper copy if they go out of town for 2 weeks. That's designed for short-term independent study. When we're talking about long-term independent study, students have to have a teacher of record, and the number of students that they're assigned has to be in alignment with West Contra Costa teachers contract. So even if we enrolled those students in Vista, we would be out of compliance because you couldn't have a teacher with 200 students. The teacher could only be assigned the actual same number that a high school teacher would be assigned in a traditional high school. And that's based on the contract.
Is it possible to leave them with their regular teacher and do a long-term independent study that way? Meaning not move to Vista. So they still have their teacher of record, their normal teacher, but they're on long-term independent study with their normal teacher. I don't know the answer. I'm really asking.
So the school would have to be designated a virtual school. You cannot just say that students would be on independent study at a particular school. So we would have to designate schools as virtual schools, so to speak. So every school would have to be designated a virtual school. And then the other thing that would also have to happen is that teachers would also have to agree to be independent study teachers, because technically that is not a part of their contract. So there would have to be an MOU signed in which teachers agreed to do independent study with students. We cannot arbitrarily assign independent study to teachers without an agreement or an MOU in place. So teachers who are going to Vista Virtual or Vista Land are already agreeing to that type of learning structure. A teacher who's in a traditional classroom is not agreeing to that. So there's also labor negotiations that would have to go with that as well.
Is there a procedural or logistical issue with us, or a legal issue with us designating all of our schools virtual schools for the rest of this year or next year? It doesn't mean that we necessarily have to do that, but I mean, conduct them in the same way we do with Vista. But what's stopping us from doing what Ms. Martin, this is me just thinking through it and asking questions. What's stopping us from doing what Ms. Martin just said and designating all 50 plus virtual schools so we could do this?
I know that idea has been mentioned by a teacher, in fact. So we have not explored that as a staff. I mean, if that's something that the board wants us to do, we can certainly look into that. But that actually has been an idea that's been presented by staff members.
I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm just thinking through this. And I'm thinking out loud. So my last question then is, if we as a board could come in here and vote that, bam, they're all virtual schools. I know that UTR supported this mandate, so why couldn't we just go ask them to help us out by doing what Ms. Martin just said? You know, sign the MOU. They supported this thing.
Yeah, so it's like I said, sir, I think it's a possibility we can certainly explore. It's been talked about. We have not dived into it. I think we would have to check out the legalities of that to see, but we can come back if that's what the board would want us to do.
It's up to everybody.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, you said there was a problem and I'm thinking
Yeah.
through it. I'm just thinking out loud because that's what you have to do in a public meeting.
Thank you, sir.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
President Christian, I'm sorry, I lost power at my home. May I continue my questions?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Martin, I'm so sorry. I lost power right when you were answering the question. And my question was, currently, can Vista Virtual absorb 52 students?
They can, it would depend on the grade levels because each grade level has a certain number of seats available.
So of the 52 students, we know their grade levels, correct? Wasn't that on the slide?
There are 46 students who have agreed to a transfer of the 218 that were called. I do not know their grade levels, but I know the attendance department does. I do not have that in front of me, but I do know the seats that are available at each grade level.
Okay, and I'm referring to the students that we have said have stated that they will not be vaccinated. Those are the 52 students I'm referring to. And you're saying that Vista can absorb those 52 students right now?
Depending on their grade level, yes.
Okay, and then I would like to know, what has the district done besides posting specifically to recruit teachers for virtual school?
So we received over 200 applications for virtual school. So I think it's just going through that large number and making sure they're qualified. I mean, we have been doing social media, but it's, again, we're trying to reach a larger group. So we've been doing it through Indeed and not through EdJoin, which reaches a larger group.
And how many of those 200 applications are from district or teachers who are already working in the district?
So I don't know, I haven't gone through them individually, but I don't think there's very many. We've only had a few people that have expressed interest in going to the virtual school. Because again, we weren't trying to do a lot of transfers because we need in-person teachers as well.
And then how many Black students are 12 plus in the district? How many Black students do we have that are 12 years old and above in the district? And I would have that same question for our Latinx students. How many are 12 and above in the district?
I have to look that up. I don't have it on hand. I'll get right back to you.
Okay, and then we don't know how many teachers, you said there's not a lot of teachers wanting to move to Vista Virtual, but could you give me an actual number?
I don't know how I'd get that number. We're not actively recruiting people to go to virtual school from their current assignments.
Okay. And then how do we know if you uploaded your card, how do you know that the upload was successful? Do you get an email saying your card was successfully uploaded? Does it ding? How do you know that your card was successfully uploaded?
So you do get, there's a submit button when you complete it, and then there's a message saying that it was successfully submitted.
Okay, and then I don't know if someone already asked this. Again, I lost power, but what are the consequences of not being in compliance? Has that already been covered?
No, so the concept, what I shared, Trustee Smith-Folds, is that we would be out of compliance. There would be no placement. So the consequences would be on the student and students not learning. So if we're taking that strict of a stance, it's a mandate. We said that they would have to go into independent study or virtual academy, but there's no place.
So yes, sir, we would say that they had to go into independent study, but we don't have a place for them because we don't have the capacity to take a certain number of students. So the consequence, is there a consequence on us for not providing that education if they're still district students? Yeah. Correct?
Correct. I think we're certainly legally obligated to provide education for those students. And that's
okay.
Something that I would have to run by our attorney as well. I understand what you're saying. The consequence for us, the legal consequence, I would certainly check on that.
And thank you for that. And then Ms. Martin, how is the wait list going to be prioritized? You said that there are, if I'm getting my numbers correct, 365 people on the wait list. Has that wait list number increased? Were we at 200 or we've always been around 365, 300?
We've always been somewhere between 250 and 300 plus. The list fluctuates and it's difficult to show because some students who are in Vista Virtual have transferred out and gone back to their school. And then you have others who are now adding their name to the wait list. So it looks as if the Vista Virtual is not actually increasing enrollment, but it actually is increasing enrollment. But you have students who are leaving and then we're adding students at the same time. Currently, they've tried to reconfigure the classes, which is what I'm looking at in front of me. And there is space, but before they start enrolling, they're doing a process of calling every single parent on here to ensure that they actually want the seat. And as you can see, even from call, well, you can't see, but from calling, we already have 56 parents who are no longer interested in Vista Virtual. So it's going in the order that they put in on the Google form. So they're still going in numerical order and they're calling those families by order and seeing which families want the seats that are available. There's not seats at every single grade level. So for example, kinder, there are no seats, and in first grade, there are no seats, but there are seats in second through 12th grade. So
Okay, and I'm sorry.
I was gonna say Principal McCormick is also still actively trying to hire more kinder and first grade teachers or primary grade teachers for Vista Virtual because that is the need, but most of the teachers she's been able to hire have been at the higher grades.
Okay, thank you for that. And then any student that comes after this 365, right? Any student that comes after that 365, they will go at the end of that wait list, correct?
That is correct. They are going
Okay.
in the order that they submit their form, and there's a Google form and it gives them a number.
Okay, and then you said you were going to cross-reference and see if these 52 have a number, right? The 52 that have said they're not vaccinated, you're going to cross-reference and see if they have a number.
That is correct.
Okay. President Christian, I'm waiting on those 2 questions about how many Black students are in the district and how many Latinx students are in the district, but I don't have any further questions.
Trustee Smith-Folds, I can provide you with the information on how many total Black students and Latino students we have in the district. So there are a total of, let me pull this up. For Black students, 3,556. Hispanic students, 14,753. That's total in the district, not 12 and above. I can also get you the 12 and above numbers shortly as well.
Thank you so much. I would like to have the 12 and above numbers because I would like to see how many total Black students. We have 518 that are vaxxed, but what's that total number out of, right? So thank you so much. I look forward to hearing those numbers.
Absolutely.
Okay. And since we are in this area of the, we in the area, so we're gonna discuss the item that's actually part of the report. It's under the action item. Dr. Hurst.
Sir, you're asking me to share the item about the recommendation?
Yeah.
So based on this conversation, precisely, we are asking that since there's a large number of students who still remain unvaccinated, that we are not able to meet the deadline of January the 3rd. Our recommendation is to extend the enforcement date to February the 18th, 2022, based on our conversation.
Are there additional questions? Trustee Reconvening, Trustee Smith Falls.
President Christian, we're going in order, correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Trustee Smith Falls and then Trustee Reconvening.
Dr. Hurst, what is the impact to academic achievement when student enters a new school once the quarter starts?
Yeah, so any disruption has an impact to student achievement. Trustee Smith Folds, any disruption.
And can you speak to the certain disruption when, I'm sorry about the echo, I have to keep my phone on in case my power goes out again. Can you speak to a specific disruption to students who are particularly seniors or students who are applying for college as a junior? What's the disruption there? Or are 8th grade students who are applying for middle college? Can you speak directly to what that disruption would look like? And how are we solving that? What strategies do we have in place?
So maybe Larisha, Ms. Martin can speak to any strategies, but I could share that moving a student from one environment to another environment, to become familiar with that environment, that's a disruption. Whether it's at the senior level or any other level, again, any change in environment is going to be some disruption. As far as strategies and how we're working with students, I'll let Ms. Martin speak about that piece.
Trustee Smith Folds, I would have to say that this is something we've actually been grappling with. If we don't actually make this timeline, we stated that for our students who were finishing up the semester, we would give them until January 13th, and we did that so that we would not disrupt finals for our students who were taking finals. And so even when you're thinking about the transition to Vista Virtual, there's still a week or two lag in terms of getting your classes, Chromebook, getting to know your teacher. I mean, there's still a lag time. So anytime you have a student transitioning schools or transitioning to a new program, there is a little bit of a lag time. And so we'd have to figure out, one, how we reduce that lag time for our students to, immediately enroll if that's the route that we went in terms of Vista Virtual. But this is something that we're actually grappling with. This is also why we discussed not wanting to move teachers, because even if you move teachers, you're also disrupting the students who are in person, because those students will now have the loss of their teacher who's moved out of their classroom to Vista Virtual. So these are, we've talked about all these things. Do I know that we have specific strategies yet? No. I think we are still trying to figure out what would be the best solution if we in fact have to start moving students out of school starting January 3rd or January 13th, even for our high school students who are taking finals.
Okay, and you're keeping that same kind of thought pattern when having to move students if you keep this date of February the 18th also, correct? Okay. I do have a question about, it was stated that the principal staff will have to be able to tell students that they are not allowed on campus. Can you speak more to that? Because this mandate, if you move the mandate to the 18th, that's right when we take our week break, correct? And so the kids would come back. Is that accurate? I believe on the district calendar, we have that week off. And so the Friday, and then we have a week off, and then the kids come back. Do I have the dates right?
We're looking at a calendar right now, Trustee Smith Folds.
Okay, and I think what I'm specifically trying to figure out is when is the first day that students, this mandate would be implemented on? Is it on the 18th, that Friday, or is it that Monday?
So that Friday would be the last day for them to be able to turn in their certification that they're fully vaccinated.
Okay, and do we have a week break after that? Is that accurate, Dr.
Yes,
Hurst?
ma'am.
Okay, so then the week they get back, Monday, the what?
Monday,
Monday, the 21st.
Thank you. So Monday, February the 21st, at that time, principals are supposed to be able to know what students are not vaccinated and then be able to tell them that they are not allowed on campus. Is that what I heard?
yes.
Okay, and is there specific strategies or is there specific training for our principals? What happens if a student doesn't leave? What happens if a parent doesn't pick the student up? How are we to ensure that all principals have now the time to catch 50, 60, 100, 200 students who are not vaccinated?
I think that's to my point, Trustee Smith Folds, that we will continue to have board meetings during that time. And I think I've had this conversation with you as well, that if we are to that date and we have that board meeting, the first board meeting in February, then we would present the data and share that data. And I think I shared this also at the last board meeting. Our responsibility is to keep the board informed and to continue to share data and the status. And I think we would do that as well and share with you where we are before that deadline, like we're doing right now, and having this very same discussion.
Thank you. And my final question, I'm sorry, my final question is, Dr. Hurst, is there a matrix that the district is using to say, okay, we're not going to make it? You had something that you used to determine, okay, we're not going to be able to make the January 3rd deadline, so we're giving a recommendation. Is there a specific matrix you're using to say, okay, we're not going to be able to make the February 18th, so we have to come back? What matrix is the district using? And if you can't tell me specifically, just can you tell me that you have a matrix or some way of determining that data, how that data looks, and when you're going to make that recommendation based on that data matrix that you have?
So what we did here is we just looked at the percent of increase. And what we did is we looked at last week and this week, and we knew that there was a significant number of increase. I think the percent of increase was 46% or something around that. And then when we consider the winter break and then coming back on a third and keeping in mind we still have about 6,000 students, even with a significant increase and just looking in that, even if we were here over a period of 2.5 weeks and trying to capture that many students would be difficult. So here we just looked at percent of increase. I think we would probably do the same thing moving into February. We'd certainly look at our marketing strategies, as Ryan has shared, and really try to pinpoint our students and really touching base with those students and continuing to do some of the things that we're doing or all of the things that we're doing right now. And really hoping that that number or the percent of increase would fall. But if there's still a significant number of students and we couldn't plan that out, we would come back to the board, that first board meeting in February, and share with you based on the numbers that we have left. Even if there was a significant number of students over the next few weeks, we would not be able to make it, or we would be able to make it.
Thank you so much. Those are all of my questions.
Okay, Trustee Recker?
I'm going to turn it into a comment. So President Christian, do you want to move to comments on item E3?
Certainly. Oh, okay. Can I have a motion?
President Christian, I'll make a motion that we approve the recommendation from the superintendent and we extend the deadline to February 18th.
Can I make a point of order? I have some questions that I haven't gotten to ask any of my questions. Whenever I can. I'll wait, but just whenever I can.
Yes, go ahead.
If it is legal, Dr. Hurst, and we're able to get an MOU, what I'm just gonna call the 50 school solution, which is, you have to give everything a name, but I'm just gonna call the 50 school solution. Does that seem like it could be a viable option?
If you could give me time, sir, because we have, like I said before, we have discussed this. We had some concerns when we were talking about this as a staff. I want to process with them and be able to come back to you, or we could put it in an email or memo to the board about the 50 school solution and share concerns or whether it's a viable option.
Thank you. And then my second question is, we're proposing to move the date, or the recommendation is to move the date, but what leverage do we really have? And what I mean by that is, okay, we moved the date and February 3rd comes. And what do? What really is our leverage here?
I think our point was, one, I will share with you that the staff discussed another date. Another date was July. I made the decision to keep it in February just for the sense of urgency. So one of the pieces in having conversations with others is putting it in July would be, what sense of urgency would students have to vaccinate? So we chose a date where we could still market, still message students, but still keep the focus on the mandate and getting them vaccinated, which is why the February date was chosen.
I guess I'm more so asking around the leverage. Right. So like, what prevents us from being in the same space 2 weeks before February 3rd?
Right, so nothing, we could be in the same situation. But what I'm hoping, just looking at the percent of increase, formula that I just shared with you, if we're projecting that students are going to consistently turn in their information, then we could make it over a 7-week period of time, considering that. So there is no leverage. We could literally be in the same place, to answer your question. But I think what we're trying to do is to message and to communicate and market to our students to turn in their vaccination status and see where we are at that date. Our hope is that we're closer, or that we're done.
My last question is, if we change the deadline tonight, and especially if we get closer to February 3rd and have to change the deadline again, and I'm not trying to speak that into existence, but if that happens, at what point do we say we're changing it so much that we should just follow the deadline that the governor put out?
So that is something that certainly we could look at. And I know that I've talked to our council about that same idea, that we start first with this sense of urgency, and we keep that sense of urgency on students and see where we are. And if not, then we come back to the board, that first board meeting in February, and then we would propose that later date. So that's an idea that we've discussed with legal counsel.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
I'd like to ask for a motion.
President Christian, move that we accept the recommendation from the superintendent and we move the deadline to February 18th.
You get a second?
Reckler, second.
We'll start with the vote. Comments? Trustee Smith-Fall?
Dr. Hurst, I think one of my comments is that I think that we have to be very transparent, honest, and realistic, right? Because if we keep coming back, I think that that says something too, right? I think that there is a way of course correcting, but I think it's one of those things, if we're going to course correct, we need to be very firm with what we're going to do. I think we have to be very clear of how much the bandwidth and the capacity that we have. And we need to, what we should have done before is have different access points to education. And that's what we needed to think about before we turn the key and open the school doors back open. And I think that that's even more important now. We're seeing that we don't have the capacity to educate the children of this district, and we need to have that capacity. We need to have those options. As far as your mandate as the extension to push it to February the 18th, my biggest concern about that is that you're putting that responsibility on site administrators. That's a huge concern for me. We already have administrative and teacher burnout. And then if the administrators can't do it, then who does it go to? It's going to go to office managers. It's going to go to CSSs. It's going to go to teachers to be responsible for that. And I don't think that that's okay. I think that if this is a board mandate and this is a district implementation, the district needs to hold that accountability, not our sites. The district needs to hold that accountability. The district has to be leading from the front. They have to say, okay, we are taking responsibility and accountability for our staff, our students, our policy, whatever it is, and they have to be able the ones to lead that. I think that's the reason why I'm hesitant. One of the reasons why I'm hesitant is that this then turns around and gets put on somebody else to implement. I think that that's not okay. I also, again, I'm very worried about our capacity with virtual school. I think that you're going to end up changing this program for the third or fourth time. And I think that we need to be very clear that that change is also messing with the students who chose virtual school. They made a conscious decision back in August to go to virtual school. And if we keep changing the iteration of what virtual school is, then we're also messing with the experience that they signed up for, the 200 plus students that are there now. So I would like to keep that in mind also. I think those are all of my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, sir. I want to ditto what Trustee Smith-Folds just said about the virtual school. I understand that we are in a critical space right now, and we are trying to do what we can to make sure that all of our children receive, proper services, and that's a good thing. But at the same time, I do want to remind people that the virtual school was not supposed to be a COVID school. It was supposed to be a new educational academic option. And to the extent that a new educational academic option that was needed. And to the extent that we can stay true to the original vision of that school, understanding that we do have to have some flexibility because of what's happening in the world. But to the extent that we can stay true to that original vision of that school and what families really were looking for, that's great. Because COVID at some point will pass. Vaccination rates will continue to go up. Transmission will go down. And when that happens, I want for us very much to have the virtual school that we wanted and not, in the future, basically a defunct COVID school, because that's not really what it was supposed to be. So I just wanted to ditto that, and I added a little to it because I think it's really important. I look forward to hearing whether the 50-school solution is a viable option. If it is, I think it could allow us to move forward, even though with the mandate, even though there are issues around hiring and even just having enough teachers to hire due to the shortage. I think it's a practical way for us to work with what we have and to still be successful. Provided that it checks out legally, like Dr. Hurst was saying, and it's something that our labor partners will agree to. I want to talk briefly about reopening schools and what we had to go through to get our schools reopened. And it was not easy. It was very emotional. And people came at the issue from different angles because this is a really fluid situation. But it was critical for us to reopen our schools. We had children who were going missing. It seemed like regularly, and I mean literally missing. Children, we didn't know where they were, children who the police were looking for. It was just a really crazy situation. And you had children who had disabilities who were regressing. You had children who were regressing emotionally. You just had kids, frankly, suffering. And to watch that for many of us was just extremely difficult. So it was really important for me to get our schools reopened because there was a large group of children who were really hurting, and in my opinion, hurting unnecessarily because they were closed. That same group of children run the risk of being forced back out of school with this mandate. So it's really important that we've opened the schools, that we're able to keep the kids in them, not push them back out, because we know that that wasn't a good thing and that it was a very harmful thing for many kids. That's why I'm trying to work through this and think about alternative options, because it would break my heart, to be frank, to see those same kids who we fought so hard to get back into school out. I am going to support this evening, but if we are in the same space 2 weeks before February 3rd, if it's the same situation, we don't have capacity to service the children who are not vaccinated for whatever reason, I want us to seriously consider following the timeline laid out by the governor. I've said throughout this entire time that it's important to me that we follow local, state, and federal guidelines. At the time we voted on this mandate and that I supported this mandate, there was no local, state, or federal guideline or mandate to really follow. Folks were not acting at levels of government higher than us. So I thought it was imperative for us to really take the lead and step up, and we did. And I'm very proud of this board for doing that. But now the governor has acted. And if we have to keep changing our policy, to me, it makes sense to just change it to put it in line with what the governor is actually doing, because it's out there now, and it wasn't before, but it is now. So those are my comments. I am going to support this, but if we have to come back, I want us to really consider getting in line with what the governor is saying. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, we're gonna have to extend the meeting just a little bit to, what would you say, Dr. Hurst? Extend it to about 11:30. That'll cover the report. That'll cover everything.
Okay, President Christian, I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
I'll second that.
All right. Trustee Smith Fall.
Smith Folds, yes.
Trustee Phillips.
Phillips, no.
Gonzalez, yes.
Reckler, no.
Co, yes.
Nicole.
Co, yes.
Christian, yes. All right. Back to comments.
Thank you, President Christian. So I'm fine extending till February 18th, Dr. Hurst. But at this time, I don't really want us to go any further. So I appreciate your plan. I think that we could potentially do the 50 school idea. I do think that we have to obviously go into an MOU with some ideas because we might have to do some 120% for teachers who are willing to do the additional work, or potentially ask some teachers to do some hybrid work. Because we can't just say teachers do the extended contract, because that's 6 months of work they would have to create. And that's just too much to ask of teachers right now. So I think that there's some potential good ideas that we saw in the past. And maybe there are teachers who would be willing to do 120s or a hybrid model for just specifically the students who need it. But I wouldn't want to ask teachers to just do 6 months of packets, right? It's just too much for any teacher to do for an extended time like that. So hopefully that works, and our partners and our labor partners are willing to do it. And hopefully there's some good solutions. But I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Okay, so first, I want to thank the students for their email that went out to the community. It was truly terrific. And I want to thank Mr. Phillips because there was a story wrapped up in that. It was great. So thank you. I also want to thank Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy for the postcard idea. That was great. We should do a bunch of those, not just one. So I think that is a good idea. So I see two different issues here. I see an uploading issue, and then I see students that truly will not get vaccinated and need a different pathway. So there are issues with both of those things right now going on. So I believe that the vaccination rate is quite a bit higher just by looking at Contra Costa County data. It's probably up there, at least in the 80s. In some communities are probably over 90, but getting those up into the system is a different situation. That is less of a concern of mine, but for students that have no placement, and it doesn't seem to me that you're very clear on exactly how many and where they are and whether they're serious. And so on January 3rd, they have to have placement. They have to have placement. They have to have somewhere to go to school. And that does not sound big to me at all. So there's two things going on. The first one is to figure out how to get more cards uploaded. And I agree with Trustee Smith-Folds. It's owned by this team here. It's not owned by sites. Maybe you can talk to principals and SCOWs, Marin, your students, figure out what is needed to get those things uploaded, but it's owned here. The sites cannot do another thing. So that's on the upload. And then, there really needs to be a plan to figure out who is not going to come to school and needs a true placement in the virtual school. So those are the two things to work out. How to get students to upload cards or parents to upload cards at a more rapid rate to match the vaccination rate, and to really figure out what is going on with students who really do not, who are going to withdraw. And I think that the MOU idea is good, but not one that will happen by January 3rd. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll, trustee Cole.
Okay, yeah, so while I understand that there is a sense of urgency, I still think it's really important for students to be able to have the option to at least complete their academic school year, at least for this year. I know that speaking to a lot of students, they feel a little stressed just regarding, finishing out their school year and being able to graduate on time, especially with distance learning. A lot of students, fell behind for mental health reasons or just other reasons in general. But with the postcards, I like that idea that it is being sent out. One idea that I possibly had in mind was, I know that me receiving college letters, they usually send out like instructions on, hey, like give me your name, your mailing address, and we can, mail it back. So I was thinking maybe possibly if there's a mailing address that could be provided within those postcards, and maybe just even in an envelope saying, hey, you can send it back to this address with a copy of your vaccine card, and we can do it for you. Maybe that would also make it easier for them. But yeah, I really like the ideas that were going on. But yeah, I would fully support that it would be pushed back to February, or even then moving it back till the next academic school year. Just because, a lot of students feel as though they're not going to be able to complete the school year, and that, without the capacity of virtual schooling, a lot of them feel as though they won't be able to graduate on time. But that's all.
All right, thank you. And I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to, yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say one thing really quickly, and it's sort of it's a logistical issue, but if we're able to do this thing by February 3rd, I think it's easier to get everything in place during a natural breaking point, right? But February 3rd or whatever that date is, school is already on. So kids are already assigned to teachers. And so it's going to be, depending on how many kids you have to move, it's going to be a logistical nightmare to remove them from class A and reassign schedules with class B. So just something that we need to think about as we're working through this process, to do that in the middle of a semester. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, thank you. And now we'll take it to the vote. And do we need to do a second?
Trustee
We already
Reckler,
did that?
I think trustee Reckler seconded my motion.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
all right, trustee Spitfall.
Dr. Hurst, I'm voting yes for the 18th, but I'm really not secure that we're going to make the 18th either. I just don't think that we are. I think that we need to work as if we're not going to make the 18th and not work as if we are. We need to work as if we're not going to hit that deadline, and then all of the things that come with not hitting that deadline. But I'm willing to give the district to the 18th, but also think that we need to be clear about what happens next. Parents, students, teachers, everyone deserves to know what's next, and very clearly what happens next. So my vote, with all of that being said, with the clear understanding that we need to work as if we're not going to make it, I vote yes for the extension to the 18th of February.
All right, thank you. Trustee Phillips.
Our vote is yes.
Thank you. Trustee
Gonzalez, vote yes. Thank you. Gonzalez, vote yes.
Reckler, yes.
Oh, yes.
and Christian, yes. The motion, it carries. All right, and now we'll go to the superintendent has to do the budget.
We're going to turn this over to our interim CBO, Dr. McIntyre.
Thank you, Dr. Hurst, Board President, trustees. It's an honor to be here tonight in front of the community and staff to present the first interim report for the 21-22 budget fiscal year. Let me go ahead and I need permission to share the I don't have permission to share the presentation. There we go. Okay. So I know it's late and I'll do my best to be expeditious, but provide enough detail and of course, answer questions at the end at your direction, board members. But tonight, in talking about the first interim report, we're going to talk very briefly about the state of the state economy, the budget certification included in tonight's budget, the general fund overview, multi-year projections, and some next steps. In framing some of this, I know one of the things I looked at is some of the tools that the district has used before in examining and looking at some of the problems before them. And I know the SWOT analysis is something that you used before. And having been here a very short time, a little less than a month now, we had about 9 business days to put this budget together from when I came in. And I have to commend the team that's here. Sungja Cha in the facilities department is actually their lead accountant, and she just really stepped up and was a bright shining star in helping us move that forward. We also had Linda Grundhofer, who's a consultant who came in to help out because we have the director position open right now. And so I just want to acknowledge the hard work that them and many of the internal team members put into bringing you the first interim report tonight. As we started talking through many of the assumptions that are in this budget, we have to recognize that many of the team members and the district leadership team showed great, kind of courageous leadership and willing to really be honest about the assumptions and not try to be hopeful. And so when we look at some of the budget tonight, we have to recognize a couple things. One, this is, represents what we'd call kind of a worst possible scenario, because some of the assumptions like the unduplicated pupil percentage, we're going to show how they've fallen down recently, and also how the ADA has fallen down recently. Now, these are things that can go the other direction with a little effort, and hopefully as we come out of COVID. And so but I do want to recognize that some very difficult questions and decisions had to be made, and this is the best representation and modeling of what we have ahead of us. And so here we wanted to show you some of those strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that we're looking at in the budget perspective. For those who don't live and breathe school finance, there are some acronyms that we use, and I've already used a couple of them, like ADA, that average daily attendance. We'll talk a little bit about cost of living, full-time equivalency when we talk about employees and staffing, and then of course the local control funding formula. Now, if you've turned on the news or read a newspaper recently, the state's economy is doing very well. Now, there are segments of the economy where people are still feeling like they're being left behind, but the state's economy, the state's revenue is doing historically well. And what does that mean? It means it's growing so fast that the GAN limit, the state's appropriation limit, is actually operative. And so that means we can't grow as fast as the revenue is actually growing. And when the state reaches its revenue limit, it has 2 choices: give the money back to the taxpayers or split it according to the GAN limit legislation, of which education, K through 14, gets 50%. And so education will be the beneficiary of this extra money, but not at 100% factor like we would have been if there was no appropriation limit. And so we see that the state has beat revenue estimates by over $14 billion, which is just a tremendous amount of money when you look at the state budget of just a little over $200 billion in total. Projections show that reserves in the state reserves, not just the education reserve, but the state reserves will reach about 22 billion, so over 10%. That's great news, because when we think about what happened when we had the last recession, we lost about 6% of revenues. So the state's reserve and rainy day fund is finally hitting a level where it could actually get us through a bad hiccup in the economy. And of course, because of the state revenues are doing well, that means the big 3 revenues, personal income tax, sales and use tax, and corporate tax, are all doing well. And that's what we get funded on in education. And that's what Proposition 98 is funded on. And of course, those numbers are up not only for the current year, but up for the prior year as well. And the estimates for next year are up. Some of the backside risks that we're spending a lot of time talking about are inflation. The reality is it costs more for all of our staff members and our community members to buy a gallon of milk or whatever they buy essential for their home. Toilet paper is going up. And so, obviously those inflation risks hurt the purchasing power, not only of the district, but of our staff and our community members. Now, there are 3 certifications for a budget that we present according to Ed Code, section 33-127. And the first one is positive. That basically says the district, if it takes everything known today and projects those expenses forward and matches them to the anticipated entitled revenue, that you can project that you'd meet your financial obligations for the current and 2 future years. Qualified basically states that you can't demonstrate that you can mathematically meet your obligations for the current and 2 future years. Usually the 3rd year is what we're talking about when we talk about qualified. But negative, it has its own special legal definition in the code. And basically it says that we wouldn't be able to demonstrate that we can meet our obligation in the current or next fiscal year. And so in order to have a negative budget certification, which is what I'm recommending tonight, we have to look at a couple things. It's not just drawn out of thin air. I don't just look at the multi-year projection alone. We look at the risk factors laid out by the state of California within what's called the criterion standards. That's in the back of the financial report, and that analyzes several key areas that we use to develop the budget as high-risk areas. So that, in combination with our cash position next year, is what has pushed us toward recommending a negative certification. And before bringing this recommendation to you, I did speak with the CEO of FCMAT, the Financial Crisis Management and Assistance Team, as well as the CBO at the County Office of Ed. Because if there was any way to push this back toward qualified, we wanted to do that. And then part of that conversation centered around the idea of what happens if we send a qualified budget and the county downgrades us, what would that mean for the district? And what we settled on was that self-certifying negative today allowed the board to stay in the driver's seat longer to correct what they need to correct without county intervention, rather than having them downgrade us. So self-certifying in this case will provide, it signals to the county, and we've confirmed with the county that it will give you the time between now and second interim to work on some data cleanup, which I'm going to talk about in just a minute, but also make any changes that you need to demonstrate solvency and get moving back toward that qualified or even potentially positive outcome. And so in talking through that, that is the rationale for the negative recommendation tonight. Now, some of the changes since the adoption of the budget that we've looked at, the revenues actually have increased about $12.3 million. Well, as you're going to see in just a few minutes, that's despite the fact that the LCFF revenue is decreased, and it's decreased because despite the hold harmless for the average daily attendance that we have from the COVID from 2019-20 being operative into this year and expiring this year, the UPP number has gone down. So that LCFF, the supplemental and concentration grant money is actually decreasing as a result by $2.6 million. However, federal revenues are up as our state are up quite a bit. And then we've got some offsets with state and local revenues. On the flip side, we've got an increase in expenditures, and there were some increases due to things like negotiated settlements for salary agreements, as well as revising the PERS rate to match the current stated rate in the current year. Additionally, we saw some increases in expenditures in the books and supplies and in the other operating expenditures due to the fact that we had carryover from last year. So we had a lot of one-time COVID monies that we thought we would fully expend last year that we didn't. And so we had them fully budgeted. So now we rolled them into this year, and they'll be fully budgeted according to the plan that you received on June 9th when the adoption budget was presented to you. There were some increases in the other operating expenses that were a little bit surprising, but a lot of them are coming from the fact that we've been struggling to hire. And so we've had to contract out some positions, especially in special ed, so we've got budget positions in labor, but we've also had to spend some money in services and contracts. And so while we work to match those up so we can reduce those labor positions in the current year, and then of course we'll swap them back for the future years. We'll put them back in labor and reduce the contracts in the future year. But there's some cleanup that needs to be done there, as well as in position control, because we had to move, not only did we have to hire a lot of people this year, we had to move a lot of people around to fill those classroom vacancies in ways that weren't originally planned as a result of the state giving us a very last minute order to come back in person. So when we look at the impact of this year We look at where we were with the unaudited actuals from last year, the adopted budget from this year, and then we look at the crosswalk. What did it take to get from the adopted budget to first interim? Well, the first thing you see in the beginning fund balance is the fact that the beginning fund balance went up over the adopted budget by $25.6 million. Well, it went up. Can you hear me? Okay. It went up because of those unspent COVID funds that would then rolled over into this year. So they rolled over in the fund balance and they'll be reallocated this year. There you see where the revenue went up and where the expenditures went up. And this is in the total general fund. And so as a result, where we had a relatively break-even adopted budget, at first interim, we look like we're deficit spending by about $29.4 million in the current year. Now there is fund balance to cover that difference in the current year. So not entirely catastrophic, although manageable. When we look at this, we see the unrestricted balances are about 18.82 million and the restricted balances are about 11 million. And there's also 34.97 million in the solvency fund in Fund 17. So we're not in a terrible cash position this year alone. It's really when we look forward and project over that 3-year period that it becomes a lot more complicated. It's important to recognize also that within the components of the ending fund balance, there are some committed balances and assignments that we want to talk about. And there's also, well, on the unrestricted side. And so looking at those commitments and assignments, there was some money committed to recognize the cost of the new recruitment and hiring bonuses that were negotiated this past year. And as we look at actually having to disperse those funds, they were set aside in a commitment to make sure that we didn't, they weren't spent elsewhere. Also, the district went through an equity review. And so $1.6 million was committed in preparation for whatever action the board took to meet the needs of that, in addressing the equity audit. Additionally, there are assignments about $5.5 million for technology infrastructure improvement. And this is part of the board's discussion around increasing access to students who couldn't otherwise necessarily afford Wi-Fi access and infrastructure. And this would obviously be a very big project. So there's $5.5 million set aside for that and some money for the CTA academies as lead year academies as well. So projecting that forward, there's a couple things. I just want to be very, very clear. We have to project forward using assumptions. And as I stated before, some of the assumptions that we have to recognize is the fact that the data and position control from all that movement, and also the fact that we've had to outsource some of this labor, still requires a great deal of cleanup. And so what I have to just be straightforward and admit, we're projecting forward based on what's in the system, but I believe as we clean up, the numbers will look better. I don't think it will solve the gaping chasm that we're looking at in this budget, but it will get us much closer than it will further. So what we will be doing after we finish tonight, and hopefully you accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve a negative budget certification, is spend between now and the end of January cleaning up all of that data, and by the beginning of February, bringing you a revision so you know where the situation of the district is well in advance of second interim. Because I don't want to surprise you or the community or anybody, unless we're doing it around very solid data. And so that's my commitment to you. But projecting forward, we have to use assumptions. And so a couple of the things that are probably jump off the page to you that are different than what you're used to seeing. The enrollment has declined pretty rapidly. And so the enrollment numbers are declining, but what's really different is the ADA percentage. This district is typically between 96 and 97%, well over 95, which is great for a unified district. So you do a great job as an organization of bringing students into their seats, except during COVID. This has been horrific from an attendance perspective. We've seen truancies go up. We've seen a lot of issues with getting those students in their seats, and a lot of energy was spent around that very topic over the last hour. And so recognizing that the current ADA rate based on the first 3 months of attendance data has pushed us down to 90%. This is a number that with work can be pushed back up. So it represents—
Mr. McIntyre, sorry, point of privilege. Would there be any way that you could speak a little closer? I think I'm getting older, but I can't hear anything you're saying. I hear like every few words.
Sure. Can you hear me now?
I don't have any with me. Sorry.
Okay.
Hopefully you don't have to shout. I just can't hear anything.
Okay, I'll try to speak a little louder.
Thank you.
So attendance is an area where we're much lower this year, but it represents a really nice potential upside risk, meaning we can increase our revenue by getting students in their seats more days per year. And so hopefully as the effects of COVID wane and we have better treatments, we'll see those numbers come up. So do I expect to see 90% in all 3 years? Gosh, I hope we're not still talking about COVID in 3 years. But based on the information we have today, that's what we're projecting forward. And so that, of course, lowers the revenue. Similarly, when we look at the unduplicated pupil percentage, this year we had a much lower response, partially due to the fact that we couldn't collect meal applications for free and reduced meals this year. So we had to rely on the submission of the alternative income forms from families. And we received a far lower response rate this year than in prior years. So that tells us one of two things. Either in general, families are doing economically better in our community, which would be fabulous news. That's a great reason to see our revenue take a negative hit. Or we just need to do a better job of helping our families understand what the benefit is to their students to get that response rate earlier in the year. And so we've been talking as a leadership team about what procedures we can put in place to ensure that if it is a shortcoming on the ladder, on our really just being, pestering students for that information, that we're doing a better job of doing it and telling a better story. And so that conversation has already began. And hopefully this number in future years will also go the other direction. Additionally, we had to use the COLAs. We used the Department of Finance COLAs as posted. We know that the governor is going to present his budget in around January 10th of this year. And we expect those COLA numbers specifically for 22-23 and 23-24, but very much 22-23 to be higher. That will increase out year revenue in second interim. And then finally, we have, since we spend most of our money on people, we're a business of people developing young people, we have to account for those retiree costs. So the STRS and PERS rates are what we used here. So the big story, when you're in the grocery store and people say, how did the district get to this negative spot? The next couple slides really tell the story. When we look from 14-15 to 19-20, the district lost 5.5% of its ADA, meaning the number of days students were in their seats. That's all negative funding. But the last 2 years under COVID, we've lost 10.9% of our ADA. So over 7 years, 16.4% of our ADA has declined. That is a massive drop. I've examined budgets of school districts all around the state. This is a massive cataclysmic decline in enrollment. And that's not a value statement on anything other than it's incredibly difficult to manage at this pace. Typically when districts are declining, they're declining 0.5%, 1%, maybe 2%. And we know that statewide decline for last year and this year are 2% and 3%. But when we look over that period of time, this district has had to fight a very difficult fight because of the decline in enrollment. At the same time, when we look at staffing levels, in prior years, you see, have been relatively flat. There's been some ebbs and flows, some ups and downs, but when we look by employee type, there's been some ups and downs. Now, like I said before, looking in the current year, there is some cleanup to do in the position control data. And I'm hoping as we get rid of some of these vacancies or duplicative data, I'm hoping to see the numbers in the current year drop some and we'll reap some salary savings. But for now, that's what's in the position control and payroll system. Additionally, as I said before, that UPP, the unduplicated pupil percentage, the percentage of students who qualify for free and reduced lunch or low socioeconomic status, foster youth, and English language learners, that unduplicated percentage of the students, the percentage we collected this year was 61%. So when we look from the prior year and the prior year before that, you see that's a massive decline. Now, fortunately, the number we use in the local control funding formula calculator is based on a 3-year trailing average. So we haven't fully felt the consequence of this year's lower number, but if next year bounces back up, that can certainly help see a quick rebound in that number. But that is why we've been talking as a leadership team about how we're going to address this particular issue with our families in August and September, what procedures we can put in place around this. So when we project all that information forward, here we're looking at the unrestricted general fund only, because that is your last source of solvency. So if all your restricted programs overspend, if nutrition overspends, adult ed overspends, this is the fund that we have to go to pay for any shortfalls. That's why we look so closely at this particular fund. It's also the fund that the state looks at and the County Office of Ed looks at for your solvency. And so when we look at the current year, we see there's that 18.81 unrestricted general fund ending fund balance. Operationally, we see that beginning balance. We see the revenues, 235.68 million, and that we're spending about 21.6 million on the unrestricted side of the budget than we're bringing in from revenue. And so just like you saw on prior slides, since 21-22 is the current year, you've got that committed and assigned number, and then unassigned. That's your extra that's available for any purpose that the board determines, which includes future year solvency. But looking forward, using the State Department of Finance COLA, that 2.48%, we carry that ending fund balance forward to be our new beginning fund balance. We see that revenue and expenses based on everything that we know today that's in the system. We see that we have a budget shortfall of about $54.5 million, which means we have a negative ending fund balance. And this is part of what's driving that negative certification. When we do a cash flow projection based on this model and what's in the system, we run out of cash during next year. And that's part of why we're recommending the negative certification. Obviously, hopefully the cleanup results in a better outcome, and then we can examine where the shortfall is from there. Looking at the third year, you see that the problem grows with the cost of inflation, essentially, in the model. And so by the end of year 3, we're upside down in the unrestricted general fund of about $95.6 million. Similarly, you can look at the same data with the entire general fund. This is both the unrestricted and restricted general fund. It tells exactly the same story because we manage those restricted programs using a zero-based budgeting, meaning we spend them to $0 and then we stop that activity. And then we move everything back to the unrestricted general fund. And so here we find ourselves in a very difficult position. But the reality is we do have that almost $35 million in Fund 17. So it's not really a $90 million problem, it's a $60 million problem. We can't fully spend Fund 17, but I just don't want it to be said that we're not acknowledging the money in those other funds. We are. But since the goal was to keep that Fund 17 as a true solvency reserve, the goal is not to touch it and to manage the general fund on its own and to align those expenses to match our student population. And so I know I've given you a lot of information, but and never bring bad news without some sort of solution or offer of help. And so some of the next steps include us going through and working very hard to clean up the position control. Here you'll see the number of vacancies that were in the HR system, the human resource system and position control as of November 30th. There were 395 positions, FTEs, in the position control system that were vacant. Now, some of those we're going to have to fill. For example, the ones in special education, those special education paraprofessionals, there is a lot of those we still need to fill, and they're vacant only because we haven't been able to find the amazing talent we need to fill those positions. So some of these will be filled and they're in the budget. They're fully costed in the budget, but the ones that aren't will become salary savings. We will collapse them. We will bring them back to you for discussion on whether or not they get collapsed permanently or just for the current year. And so once we've done that cleanup and got people moved into the right departments and right funding sources, that'll conclude the budget cleanup, and we'll come back to you either the end of January or early February to really give you a true up well in advance of second interim. So you have the best information possible because you have some statutory deadlines in March that may or may not become operative depending on where we end up on this. With that, I'm able to answer any questions.
All right. We only have a short window of time, so just ask a few questions. So we'll go through everybody. Start out with Trustee Smith-Fall.
President Christian, please come back to me so I can shrink my questions, please.
Okay. Trustee Phillips.
My first question is, what happened? And what I mean by that is staff, previous staff, a few months ago recommended that we adopt a positive certification. And a few months later, current staff is recommending that we adopt the negative certification. So you couldn't get more different. You couldn't get more opposite.
Absolutely.
So what happened?
Sure. So we have to take, in the absence of that staff that was here, and please don't take any of my comments as an assertion or damnation of anything that prior staff did. But since the adoption of the last budget, many of the people involved in development of the staff have left. And a lot of the work that might happen between the adopted budget and when we actually get students in their seats and we do all the work to move all the people around and get them charged to the right place, much of it didn't happen. And in fact, part of what happened is in the rush to get everybody in front of students as quickly as possible. I mean, I know there was a lot of conversations about the number of TOSAs that are now in the classrooms and not doing their TOSA duties. Well, as that happened, as the reality of opening the year under very late guidance from the state to reopen and not do homeschool, all of that movement, there just wasn't the time and energy to get all of those pieces moved in place. And which is why I tell you, there is duplication between labor in some parts of labor and some parts of labor and services and other contracts. So this is not, I'm not telling you, let's start talking about riffing staff. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is give me time, because based on the information that was in the system and all the known assumptions that we have to make to project forward, you see this kind of massive growth in expenditures that might be wholly explainable, but with the data in the system and by the way, we had to hit print on this interim about 9 days after I started here. There wasn't enough time to do all that cleanup. And so it definitely looks worse than it is, but it's likely not, it's still likely worse than it was presented at adoption for a couple reasons. One, there was a couple elements left out. For example, when we pulled the services and other operating expenditures, there were two fairly major items left out. Transportation was left out of that number. That was $7.2 million. There was also one of the insurances was left out. So those two are like a $10 million swing. Nothing near the $90 million we're talking about here, but there were some elements that didn't find their way into the adopted presentation or the adopted calculation. And I don't believe it was anybody doing any, like being malicious or negligent. There are probably 20 people with their hands in the development of a budget in a district this size. And these were two major things that we came across. And so part of what we'll have to do is work on making sure that we have policies and procedures in place around the development and around the validation to ensure something like that doesn't happen again. But again, please don't take any of those comments as intended to be damning toward what the current or prior staff did. But with turnover, the data is it's dirty. There's no nice way to put it. It's dirty.
Thank you very much. Can we go to slide 3 of the presentation, please?
Yes, sir. Yes,
So,
sir.
thank you. So in slide 3 of the presentation, you've unpacked some of this already, but some of it you haven't unpacked. And so for the parts that you haven't, for opportunities and threats, if you can unpack some of that. And so I'll give you some examples. So you've talked about position control a lot. So no reason to try to unpack that, right? Aligning staff to student population. I don't think you've really talked about that. And the threats one, for example, so if you can kind of scan and look at the ones that you've talked about, you could kind of skip over those. And then in threats, you talk, for example, about declining enrollment. You have slides on that. But then you bring up overstaffing again. And
everyone that's still here, I don't know if you can still hear me, but I was just told that they lost internet. I'm trying to see what to do from this point. Please hold on. It looks like Dr. Hurst may be coming back now. Just hold on 1 second, please. And okay, Dr. Hurst, can you hear us? Can you hear me, Dr. Hurst? Ladies and gentlemen.
There was plans during the development of the adopted budget to do these massive journal entry transfers, which is an accounting term, which basically means we're still charging everybody to the general fund. We're going to transfer them into these one-time programs at the year end. Well, that makes it very hard for me to give you management decision-making data to which, as a governing board, to really give me feedback on. And it also means that we can make changes over time that are discretionary. And that's not really ideal, because when the governing board says do X, I need to show you X. And if there's a variance, I need to show you what that variance is and why. And the way we're doing it could be revised to accomplish some of that. So that's what I'm talking about around aligning staff to student populations. Looking at clearly identifying the one-time versus ongoing, that's exactly what I was talking about. We have these overages or we have these one-time plans. The board spent a lot of time on the June 9th meeting talking about exactly how you're going to spend ESSER 2, how you're going to spend ESSER 3, how you're going to spend the expanded learning opportunity grant. And so that, but putting all that in the budget and directly charging things to it rather than finding expenses later to move in are ways that we can improve those processes, but there are currently threats to having high quality data from which not only to report to you, but to manage by. Improving attendance rates, I think we covered that. There's you've got a lot of people working very hard on that. Looking at the threat side, the federal program monitoring, we have received a lot of one-time money as a district in federal funds. So think of all those ESSER 1, 2, and 3. Those are all federal funds. They're expanded learning grants, federal funds. So all these federal funds have federal program monitoring requirements. And so, for example, if somebody is being fully charged to a federal program, then twice a year they have to sign a certification saying I was doing the work that's legally allowed to do in this program. If somebody's hourly, there's a different sheet they need to fill out. Are we okay technically? Okay. So we need to go, we're working with staff to go back and clean up the fact that some things were charged to federal programs last year, but maybe the documentation.
That's right. There's a the public cannot address, so I think it's possible.
Okay.
President Christian, may I just comment on what's happening on this end, what's happening on Zoom, just so everybody's aware? President Christian, I can't hear or see you, sir. May I comment on what's happening on our end so we would be able to, so we know? Trustees, can any trustee hear me? Trustee Gonzalez Hoy, can you hear me? Okay. I don't see trustees Christian, but may I comment, President Christian, may I comment on what's happening on our end just so we can all get on the same page? Is that a yes? Okay. What happened was we lost you guys. We don't know what happened. It was just us, the 70 plus people in the audience, and Mr. Phillips, yours was still, Mr. Ryan Phillips, your box was still on, and that was it. When you guys came back, you came back in mid-sentence, And Trustee Phillips, we didn't hear anything that was said off of your question. The last thing we heard was, can you please summarize, go through this slide and summarize the other things that you haven't hit? And then we lost it. So we have no idea what was said at that point. I just want to give you an update of what the audience and I were experiencing. I think it looks like people are saying they can now hear, but again, we were lost. That previous information that was talked about, we didn't hear it. Thank you for the moment to get us all on the same page. If anyone's talking, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear.
It's not connecting, so may I use yours?
We can hear the conversation now. We just cannot see Trustee Christian, but it says his is connecting to the audio. We can see Mr. Ryan Phillips. Can you hear us or can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and I will speak through his computer, through Mr. Phillips' computer, if that's okay.
Okay, and we can hear you. Thank you.
So looking at the presentation slide, the first bullet that we were talking about was the idea of aligning staff to match the student population. That has to do with using the staffing ratios, both that are in the contract with our associations, but recognizing that when we go over those staffing ratios, we need to clearly identify and charge those expenses elsewhere in the budget so they're easily identified and tracked. And so that's what we're talking about, both in the aligned staff to the student population, but also clearly identifying those one-time versus ongoing expenditures. So that gets at both the opportunities and the threats bullet with overstaffing. We did talk about attendance rate already, but one area of potential risk for the organization has to do with federal program monitoring. As a district, we've received a lot of federal funds, and there are requirements on how we use those federal funds, but also when we charge labor to those federal funds, we have to have staff fill out certain documentation. And some of that documentation for last year is incomplete. And so we're working with staff to try to get that completely filled out, because if we don't get it all filled out in time for the federal program monitoring, which we're in this current year, then the feds could disallow some of those expenditures and ask us to pay some of that money back. And of course, that could be catastrophic.
Can you repeat that just to make sure everyone in the room forgets that last sentence?
Sure. That if we don't fully document according to federal law any labor charged to federal dollars, that the feds can ask us to disallow those expenditures and ask us to pay those back. And so there's definitely a lot of work in backing into a lot of that documentation that wasn't filled out timely last year. It can still be completed, but it's there's a lot of energy over the next month or so that needs to be put into that to bring that situation together. Otherwise, it represents a substantial financial risk to the organization. Additionally, we've got some great charter school partners here in the community, and some of those schools are adding years. They, for example, they've been K-4, and next year they're going to add 5, and the following year they're going to add 6. And so we're seeing more students, go to some of those local charter schools, and so that represents an additional threat to our attendance numbers. Now, obviously, we want the best educational opportunities for our students, and those local charters have not necessarily been I don't see them as necessarily adversarial, but we want to, definitely keep an eye on those trends and make sure that if we're losing a student to a local charter, that's certainly better than losing them to a neighboring district. And so some of the conversation around tracking when students leave where they're going is a very valid conversation. And it's something that we actually have a meeting set up pretty soon to discuss with the people in the attendance office. And then, of course, around the special ed maintenance of effort, that's been a real struggle for everybody, because getting in front of our special ed students, especially our moderate and severe students who may not be eligible for the vaccine, has posed a real challenge. And so providing some of those needed services has been challenging across the state, and made it sometimes, in some cases, hard to spend all of the same amount on special education this year as we spent last year. And so this is something that's being actively monitored. And I've certainly had several conversations with Ms. Williams and our departing assistant superintendent, our SELPA director. And so, that's being looked at closely. And in fact, we're training up two staff in the fiscal office so that we've got better oversight and monitoring monthly of the special ed expenditures. So we're not adding staff, we're just giving them better training to get them up to speed in this particular topic area to try to help address the monitoring of this.
Thank you. I just want to finish up with just one or two more questions. I think I asked two, but if you could go to slide 6. Maybe you can't go to slide 6. It's the slide that is titled budget certification, and then it has positive, qualified, and negative. And it has the definitions for each one. And so I just want to ask, one, did the county tell you that if we self-adopt as negative, that they would give us more time? And more time to do what?
So to be very clear about the language that was used in the conversation, what they said is if you certify qualified and we find that you're negative, then we have no choice but to send a fiscal advisor into your district. And so by self-certifying negative and demonstrating as a board that you recognize the seriousness of this problem, they would be willing to give you the second interim and not send a fiscal advisor out immediately.
Just so everybody knows, what is the fiscal advisor?
A fiscal advisor, so under the Assembly Bill 1200, the County Office of Ed has oversight responsibility for the solvency of school districts in their jurisdiction. And so they have to review our budgets and our budget certifications and say, do they meet all the forms and standards and criteria for development of a district budget? And so, I'm sorry, I got off on a mental note. Could you repeat your question, please?
I was just asking you to explain what a fiscal advisor is for everybody.
When a district is in distress, because the county has oversight, what they do is they send out their own internal expert, who we pay for, by the way, to tell us what we should and shouldn't be doing. You have the team in place who has the ability of giving you the right recommendations. This is not going to add value, but it could escalate into a position where it could challenge the board's ability to maintain its own destiny. Because if you were to stay negative into second interim, then the county would definitely be in here and you could be looking at a state administrator.
So basically, if we qualify as negative tonight, the county has told you that they will give us until second interim to get our act together. Otherwise, they will then send in the fiscal advisor and possibly the state administrator, like the trustee.
There is a natural workflow that they follow in state law. So the first is sending the fiscal advisor. And then if it looks like you're heading toward the need for a state loan, that's the step where FCMAT gets involved and where they send a state administrator. That is the ultimate worst case scenario. And it's also ultimately the worst case, not only for the district, because it would harm children, because the administrator cares about getting the state's money back. They don't, less so about student outcomes. But also they fire the superintendent and the board becomes advisory. Those are all terrible outcomes that are not going to help students in the district. And so, having the county say that, it seems like all the right components are in place to deal with the issue at hand and move it back the right direction by second interim, they led me to believe they would give us that time based on that conversation. Yes.
So we don't pick negative tonight. We run the possibility of triggering all that stuff that you just said.
If you were to direct, we want to submit a qualified certification, and that's what we sign and send to the county, and they downgrade you to negative themselves, then they pretty much by law have to send someone out, a fiscal advisor.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This brought to my attention. We definitely have to finish this particular thing. Once we finish this, we're through. We're through. But we have to stand just to finish because we have to be in compliance, to finish. So to make a motion to extend it for until we finish this particular session, and that's it, nothing else outside of this, nothing else.
President Christian, I move to extend the meeting until we are done with E1.
President Christian, I will second that, but could you please walk us through what happens to the other items on the agenda? Where would we talk about E2? Is that at the next meeting? And would we have comments from the board, or we're E1 and then that's it?
We're just gonna finish this particular item, and once we finish that.
I'm waiting until you're done. I just had a question.
Yeah. So yeah, so we'll finish, once we get through this, we'll finish this particular session, and that's it.
Is there a deadline on C10?
Larisha, can you speak to that? That's the adult course. Is there a deadline?
The courses for the adult education are already approved by the CDE. So this is just an approval from the board, but the courses are already approved by California Department of Education. So I would say there is no deadline per se.
Reckler, Trustee Reckler.
How badly does Mr. Freeze need E2? Hercules?
We can hold that to the next meeting.
Okay.
President Christian, my motion was not seconded.
Sorry, President Christian, I would second Trustee Gonzalez Hoy's motion. I would ask you to consider having board comments also. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take to the vote, right? Trustee Smith Falls.
Again, I will extend until this item is finished. I'd also like you to afford us the right to have our comment on tonight's meeting. Thank you. So my yes.
Point of order. So then are you making a friendly amendment, or were you seconding my motion with a friendly amendment?
I'm so sorry, Trustee Gonzalez. So I would like to make a friendly amendment to your motion. I would like us to finish E1 with the comments from the board added to that, and then complete our meeting for tonight.
I'll accept your amendment. Could we put like a time limit per board member? If that's okay with you?
I don't have a problem with that. We are used to it.
Would 2 minutes per board member be okay with you?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, then I accept your friendly amendment with that. Fabio.
Trustee Trustee Phillips,
No.
trustee Reckler,
Reckler, no.
Gonzalez, oh, yes.
trustee Nicole. Oh, she's gone.
I don't see trustee Co.
Okay, and Christian, yes. Motion's carried.
Mr. McIntyre, thank you so much for your presentation. So we heard the positives of, excuse me, the positives of doing a negative certification. What would be the negatives for our district if we were to do a negative certification?
That's a great question. The first negative would be to any debt covenants that the district has. So we would have to report to Wall Street, to our bondholders, where we are with our budget, that we have a negative budget certification within 10 days. We would have to do that for a qualified budget as well. And we couldn't, under either status, we couldn't issue any new bonds until we were back to at least a qualified, but ideally a positive budget certification. However, the district has issued an ample amount of bonds recently that it's going to take some time to spend what we have. And so we don't have any current needs to issue any of the currently outstanding bonds in the immediate future. But that, the public acknowledgement of that, it would be out there.
Thank you. And then you brought up the books and supplies, service and other expenditures increases that we saw from the unaudited actions of the first interim. That was around $30 million. Would that be an area where you're gonna dig deeper for possible cuts?
Well, first and foremost, the goal is to make sure that we've gone through every single line item and every single account, which we have not had the time to do just in the short time that I've been here. And much of that work the team has already started on since we hit print on this report. So yes, every one of those. And so, for example, Linda Grundhofer and who's been filling in the director and helping me with all the CBO work, amazing local consultant has already scheduled with County Office of Ed, who has some expertise in Munis, as we're working the cleanup on those vacancy positions, to reforecast labor with their assistance to make sure that we're not, making any kind of errors in the calculation fields on the labor side, since that's the biggest part of our budget. And so that's happening this next week, just so we can see how far apart we are from where we were in this first interim to that. Similarly, we will do exactly what we're talking about here in identifying where we've had to hire people under contracts versus in the normal payroll, and correct both of those adjusting entries. So ideally, if we've spent more on contracts and that number truly is where it is, then there should be an offset over in the certificated, classified, or benefits categories to account for a good portion of that. But at least we can tie it to actual people and actual positions and have that conversation, rather than where we are right now, where it's a bit loose.
Thank you. On slide 11, there are about $8 million in assigned. You talked about technology and the academies. Has that money been spent already?
No, sir. No, it's still assigned, so we have not moved it over into the expenditures yet. So as it's expended, we will move it up from the fund balance into the expenditures.
So those could be $8 million that we could decide to hold and possibly use to decrease our deficit if we need to. It's small in comparison to everything else, but it's something that we could choose to do.
The board has the ability to fully manage all committed and assigned funds. So you could make different choices today or tomorrow or next month.
Okay, thank you. I'll let that be my last question for now. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
So I only have two questions, but then I have a number of comments. And so thank you for being here. Thank you for taking this charge. You've barely unpacked, met the neighbors, and already you've put up a big red flag in your yard. So you must, you must be setting the world on fire, coming right through the door. So my first question is, if the board votes and adopts a negative interim today, and then comes back with a qualified for second, what happens from the county's perspective and all the other people that watch the district?
Based on the conversations that I've had with the stakeholders whose job it is to provide this kind of oversight, it would look like the board is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing, which was taking the steps necessary to ensure the ongoing solvency of the organization. So getting from negative to qualified is a positive move, just as getting from qualified to positive is a positive move. And so as long as you're showing adequate steps and that there's no threat of running out of cash, then these are the sort of positive things that both FCMAT and the County Office of Ed is looking for in their statutory review. So that these would be positive signs they're looking for.
Okay, thank you. The county will want to see board approved reductions. Is that correct?
So just like any financial that's submitted to the County Office of Education for review, usually they send a letter to the board president saying, here's the results of our review. Typically, it says something like, we agree with what you sent us. It seems to be based on all the typical assumptions we might see. Hey, you might want to keep an eye out for the fact that you have declining enrollment. That can be very difficult to manage. Things like that you would see in a typical county letter. The letter here is going to be, a little more, it's going to have more clauses in it. It's going to say things like you need to submit a solvency plan with second interim. That would be a very standard expectation when you're deep in qualified or negative. At an interim, they'd say by the next one, you need to demonstrate that you've made substantial progress and include a solvency plan, meaning identifying the actual changes you're going to make that move you in the right direction. So they can't be plug numbers. We need to be talking about real people. We're going to be, these are the positions. These are the expenditures that we're going to forego in order to right the ship. That's what they're looking for in a solvency plan that we need to accompany second interim report with.
So you will come forward, or you and the superintendent will come forward with a bona fide solvency plan that the board will adopt or approve?
The goal would be that we would have some conversations between that early February update I give you and second interim, because we want to make sure we're not just, picking the wrong limb to start working on for cosmetic surgery. We want to make sure that we're doing it in the direction that is in alignment with what the governance team sees for a vision for the organization. But yes, that would need to include, kind of realigning the organization to match our revenues. And so we would have to include suggested changes to meet those goals. And I'm hoping there'd be some conversation between now and second interim, so we're not just kind of recommending something the board couldn't get behind.
Okay, thank you. I'll save the rest for comments.
Trustee Christian, may I ask my questions now? I've asked to be skipped and come back to.
Yes. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Mr. McIntyre, I don't know if you spoke to this when we were had technical difficulties, but what would be best practice budget monitoring look like? What does that look like?
So we would spend a fair bit of time talking about, for example, in the adopted budget, here's how we budgeted to our staffing ratios. For example, what's in our labor contracts. Here's how they break down, and here's where we really are. And here's where we're charging to the, those base activities to the unrestricted general fund. And here's where, when we're overstaffed, how we're charging to these outside programs, but that it was an intentional decision to be over, or if it wasn't, that we're then identifying where we are over and having a conversation on what action we're going to take either in the current or next year to stay in alignment around programmatic expenditures. That includes staffing, that includes where you hire outside contractors and consultants, That includes, software and materials that you might use to achieve different programmatic goals. So really good monitoring tries to break it down programmatically and by funding type. So we talk about our base educational program, every student in a classroom every day. Then we talk about, kind of those supplemental programs that are in your LCAP or in your ESSER expenditure plan. Are we doing what we told the board we were going to do? So for example, on June 9th, the board had a conversation around spending those ESSER $2. Well, we need to come back to you and say, of all those ESSER $2, we told you we're going to spend this much on certificated salaries, this much on classified, this much on benefits, this much on, materials and supplies. We need to come back and say, are we on track based on what we're charging in there? And if not, have a conversation about what some of those options might be, or if there's a justification for making a change, saying, board, may we please, and convince you that it's the right thing to do, or if not, get pushed back and make those changes at the board's direction.
Thank you for that. And then you talked a lot about ADA. How do you intend to improve, Dr. Hurst, I think this is for you. How do you intend to improve attendance, and what proven strategies will be used?
Can I get back to you on that one, Trustee Smith-Folds? That's something that we really need to talk about as a staff, and we've not adequately talked about that question.
Yes, thank you for that. And then Mr. McIntyre, and I'm again, I don't know if you've already said this, when is second interim due? When does second interim happen?
Second interim must be presented and approved by the board by March 15th.
March 15th. By March 15th, Dr. Hurst, will we have a clear understanding of all the other elements that come into this budget? For example, if we've lost students based on the mandate, will we understand if we have to hire more teachers, where that money comes from? By that March 15th deadline, and Mr. McIntyre, again, I guess in February deadline, will we have more the kind of variables that go into our budget and the variables that go into everything that we are talking about now? Having more teachers, needing more teachers, the fluctuative numbers that may go up, may go down. Are we going to have that information soon enough for you to present us a second interim that looks more true to form of what we're going to be dealing with?
We will have much of it, but a lot of what you're asking for would come between second interim and the development of the new year budget. Because the year is in place, the people are in place. We can't massively change our staffing for the year that's in process. But what we can do is have very vigorous conversations around, here's what some of the historical data has looked like, here's where we are this year, and where do, if you were to give me guidance and say, Robert, I know these are the ratios you used in this area last year, but as a board, we think you should make these kind of tweaks for next year. These are conversations we should start now on our way working up to, March, April, and May. And so the superintendent and I had discussed the idea of trying to put together a series of very brief, but kind of workshop or seminar style data reviews. So it would empower the board with information and knowledge and some of those best practices. So you could really feel empowered to drive and instruct rather than receive some of this information.
Thank you for that. And I think my last question would be, you spoke to earlier about the system that you're working in. You talked about the system that you're working in was a little dirty. The numbers were dirty. I think the data was dirty. Do you think that you have the capability and the capacity to clean that up in such a time to where you are going to be able to not have as dirty of numbers coming to us? Mr. McIntyre, and I say that because looking at this budget is why I have trust issues. Do you understand? Like, I want to know, how am I supposed to trust you? Does that make sense? And I'm not being facetious with it. I'm just asking the question.
Right.
Help me trust you, because a lot of people trusted the last people. How do I help reconcile that with me, please?
Well, sure. There's a couple of things we have to recognize. Every time we change the assumptions, it's going to change the outcome. So for example, downgrading the ADA percentage had a huge impact. I mean, like a $60 million impact on the fund balance. So when we went from okay to -90, well, 60 million of that had to do with the lost revenue because recognizing where our students are actually showing up. So it wasn't that somebody just materialized a bunch of new things. We have to update with the most current data available. Between that and the lower unduplicated pupil percentage had a tremendous impact. And so this wasn't so much an expense side issue as a revenue issue. And that's going to happen. We should see far less fluctuation on the expense side that's unexpected once the year starts. But on the revenue side, there are factors that happen at the state and federal level that are out of our control. And so we need to identify them, surface them, discuss them immediately, but recognize that these financial statements are good the minute I hit print, and about 3 minutes later, they're out of date. And that's just the nature of financial statements in education and even in private industry.
Okay, thank you for that. Being $10 million after you hit print, that's what I'm talking about reconciling. Trustee Christian, those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Okay, and we're going to come in. Motion. Make a motion that we make a motion to adopt the first interim budget.
Are you making a motion, President?
Yeah.
I'll second.
Second by Gonzalez Hoy, trustee Gonzalez Hoy.
President Christian, are we on comments?
Yes, comments.
My comment is simple, Mr. McIntyre. We really do, as a district, have issues with our finances and trust. There has to be more transparency than I think has ever been made before. If you see something, say something. If there's something there, speak it right away, so then we will have time to make a informed decision. The problem that I'm having is that we are unable to make informed decisions because we just said yes a blink of an eye ago. We said yes, we're qualified, we're good, and then now we're not. So it still has to be an understanding of how we went from such a small surplus to such a significant deficit. The community deserves to know, and they could deserve to know as many times as we have to say it. I think that we have to do the work until. There's no talking about this one time, two times. We have to talk about this until we are believed, and then we have to start showing it. It has to be concerted effort to doing the right thing all the time when it comes to finances, when it comes to everything that the district does around finances. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't cut from the bottom. I cut from the top. That's just me personally. So if we're going to talk, I want all options brought to the table, not just the ones that we typically do or traditionally do or districts normally do. Bring options to where, tell me what a skeleton crew looks like from the top all the way down, not just from the bottom, because our only job is to keep stuff away from the kids. We are supposed to protect the kids at all costs. That means protecting the people that are in front of them. That means protecting their programs. We are supposed to protect them at all costs. And I want to make sure that we do that to the best of our ability. And we have to have good information to do that. We really need to have good information as this board. Those are all thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Thank you, Dr. Hurst. Those are all my comments about the budget. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, Trustee Christian. I did have another comment. We do need some kind of, Dr. Hurst, again, the audience, and I missed something in the middle, and I don't know if the video picked up on it or not, but if it didn't, we would need some kind, after you guys watch the video, we would need some summary of what we missed, because we did miss something. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, President Christian.
Okay, and Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Christian, and thank you to staff, to our new CBO and our superintendent for this presentation. This is not
easy work. This is difficult work. Not just for staff, but it's also difficult work for the board because we really are fiduciaries as trustees, and we're responsible for protecting the fiscal health of the district. And there's a can that has been kicked around in this district for a really long time. And people have come in, FICMAT has come in, equity audit now, people have come in, you're here now. And even our prior, CBO at times would talk about the fact that we have this structural deficit. We have to stop kicking the can as an organization, and we have to balance our books. And that's not a popular thing to do. It's a responsible thing to do. And if we don't do it, and folks have heard me say this before, someone will come in here and do it for us. And they will do it without regard to what any of the five of us think. We just hired a new superintendent. We heard from our CBO that when they come in, the superintendent goes as well. That's not the situation that we want to be in. That's not what's going to make this district right. We have a real opportunity to change this district permanently for our children. And this community has been asking for this for a very long time, for literally decades. And I think that we are better positioned with Superintendent Hurst, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, I think he's the best superintendent in the Bay Area. We are positioned with him to really actually make long-term, substantial, significant system change for this district. But we can't do it if we're not in charge of the district. We can't do it if we have trustees in here, and I don't mean us five, I mean state trustees. So I'm going to vote for this this evening, knowing that a negative certification goes along with it, because as hard as that is, I know that it gives us some more time to do, frankly, what we should have been doing a long time ago. There's a bullet that has to be bitten, and some of our constituencies are not going to like that. But if that bullet is not bitten, the ramifications are going to be even worse. So when you have a job like this, and I'm speaking to the board now, when you have a job like this, sometimes people are not going to like you. Sometimes people are going to be upset with you. Sometimes people are going to send you mean emails. Sometimes people are going to cuss you out. Sometimes people are going to call in public comment and say they're going to show up and do a shindig, whatever that means. But that comes along with the job. And right now is a time and a space where this board has to be courageous and do the right thing, despite what our respective constituencies may want, because if we don't, this district is going to go under. It's going to go under, and then everybody's going to blame us, and they will blame us rightfully so. So I look forward to the solvency plan. It's something that Dr. Hurst knows that I've wanted to see for a very long time. And as painful as it may be, it needs to be implemented. Those are my comments. Thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciated it very much.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Trustee Gonzalez-Sawyer.
Thank you, President Christian. And Mr. McIntyre, thank you so much for your presentation and for being here. I know the next few months are not going to be easy for you or Dr. Hurst or for staff or for us. So I appreciate that you are heading into this adventure with us. Adventure is the wrong word because there's nothing positive about this. But I appreciate we have your expertise, and you seem to be a very transparent individual. which I really appreciate. And I think that we have to continue to head in this direction with transparency and inclusion. And this is for both you and Dr. Hurst, because talking about cuts is never easy, right? But I think that if we have all of our partners sitting at the table and thinking of ideas and thinking of solutions, is the best way to hit us in there. And it seems like you're already planning on doing that. So I appreciate that. I agree with Trustee Smith Folds. If we have to talk about cuts in the next few months, I want them to be as far away from the classroom and schools as possible, as we can, as much as we can. So whatever plan comes forward, I hope that obviously is taken in full consideration. And I do agree that the reason I'm voting on this today is because I do want us to be self-sufficient. I want us to be able to make our own decisions and to decide what our priorities are. I don't want FICMAC, or I don't want the state, or I don't want the county to be making those decisions for us. So as hard as those decisions will have to be, that takes priority to me, because we know what the priorities of our system are and not the people from the state. So with all that said, I'm going to vote yes tonight. And I look forward to seeing what you all bring forward on solutions to fix this large problem that we have in our district. But thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Reckler.
Thank you for the presentation, and I'm probably going to tell you everything you're going to know. But out of all of this conversation and all the work I did and the other conversation that we had, these are the things that are most important to me and feel that I just want to elevate from the evening. The first one is that because the district's greatest expense, 90% is its people, position control, understanding position control, systems, practices, procedures around position control is of the utmost importance to have that clean and understood. And there was something else that you said that I want to follow up on, which is that perhaps we didn't have the greatest system, or, we had this little back and forth about maybe there were it might not have been as optimal to work with what you particularly have. And I want to lend my support that if you need resources, or if you think that this isn't going to work, or we don't have the right thing going forward, that there is some thought about making it right. We shouldn't be using, for something so important, we shouldn't be using something that maybe is not as optimal for our needs. And so it really is, I want to help with that from a resource allocation perspective, if that really is something that isn't going to work. I think it's important for the district to understand attendance, what's holding kids back, why our attendance is so low, and understanding those root causes. There's a couple of reasons. The first one is that kids need to be in classrooms. It's where they learn. I mean, it just makes sense that they need to show up as often as possible. So there should be a full discussion on what's going on, what's holding kids back, what we need to change. And, it might be structural. And, I have no idea, but it could be something that drives a legislative agenda in Sacramento. So it's very important that we understand that. Also, the free fall drop of the UPP, free and reduced lunch number, and duplicated count, whatever we want to call that number, that it worries me for two reasons. Are these kids here and are they not enrolled? Or is our area fundamentally getting more affluent? Are questions I think we need to answer, because that affects money long-term that comes to the district. And once again, if it's something structural that could also drive a legislative agenda, perhaps, since we now have a contract with Capital Advisors. And then enrollment, where did kids go, is very important. We need to understand the root cause of that so that you can work to fix it. Are they here? Are they in online charter schools? Are they just not being schooled at all? Are they, what happened there? And it's very important. Those are the big three revenue drivers that require a great bit of attention. So position control, attendance, UPP, enrollment are the big ones. Moving on into reporting. So I think kind of what's happened is that there have been qualified budgets or negative budgets, or the financial position has not been as optimal as we had liked. And we don't hear anything, or the community doesn't hear anything. And so there are a number of reports that need to start being surfaced again. One of them comes from Administrative Regulation 3300. It's all contracts at the $25,000 level need to come back to the board. The way that AR is written is that it's if the district is qualified, but it really should be qualified or below. So I can follow up with you on the exact language if we want to tighten that up. There's also Board Resolution 18/2021, where the district has to post monthly cash flow statements and position control statements. And once again, I'm willing to work with you guys to maybe tighten up the language on that. But it's important that the community sees and the board sees, and your attention is focused on that as well. So that's the reason for this, is that, you know, people are looking at it and it's really top of mind, it's not buried. I also think that attendance, enrollment, and free and reduced lunch at intervals that you feel comfortable would be noteworthy also need to come back to the board, either in the Friday memo or whatever this dashboard, this fiscal health dashboard looks like, I think are important. One-time funding streams, the board and the community need to see these broken out. We need to see them budgeted in big buckets, and then occasional budget to actuals where you are, and then when the money expires or when it needs to be spent by. That has been invisible to both the board and the community. I'd also like that update for LCAP. I know it exists. I went to the meeting last night and they've got very close to what I'm looking for. It's great what they're doing. As well, the FCMAT, fiscal health risk analysis, has not been touched again. We should get an update on that. Because that's an important piece of our financial health now that we've gone negative. In consultation with the Contra Costa County Office of Education, I'd like you guys to commence a very thoughtful discussion and investigate both the pros and cons of whether this district becomes dependent on them, becomes a dependent district. I never even knew that could happen. And that I also found out that it's unusual that a district of our size is independent. So there are going to be pros and cons to that. There's going to be expense. But since we don't seem to be doing a really great job managing our finances, I think we do need to have that discussion and thoughtful recommendations come forward, you know, that you're thinking about. I don't know if that's board approved, but that the board needs to know what you guys are doing. I understand now that the county has viewing rights to our financials, right? They can see what's going on.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, so all of that. And then finally, December is when we should start planning with our LCAP committee, their recommendations and what they'd like to see in the LCAP budget. So I think this process is starting now, but in the past, they've come to the board in May being like, these are our recommendations, and that is obviously too late to affect change. So this is my mental tickler in December, always to raise that December is when we should start working with the LCAP committee on recommendations for what they'd like to see in the budget, what's working, those sorts of discussions. And I think that's it.
All right,
Sorry.
thank you. All right, thank you, Trustee Redford. And we'll take it to the vote, right? We vote. All right, Trustee Smith-Fall.
Smith votes yes. I would also like to see where the resolution is for African-American students in this budget. I don't think I saw that, so I would like to see where that falls in, please. Smith votes yes.
Trustee Phillips.
Phillips, yes.
Gonzalez, oh yes.
With very heavy heart, yes.
And Trustee Christian, yes. Motion carries to pass. And Closing comment and 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Trustee Smith-Bold, then we work our way.
President Christian, if you will come back to me, I'm almost got it down to 2 minutes. I appreciate it.
Trustee Phillips.
I want to start by thanking this board. It has been not easy, but it has been a pleasure to serve as board president for the last year. This has been a really difficult time in our history. And I'm glad that I was here and able to help. I was talking to my wife about this, and I realized that I believe I have chaired probably over 2 years worth of meetings in 1 year. And that's a lot, an awful lot. And my hair is turning colors for it. But I do believe that things happen for a reason. And I do believe that people are in a place, in a space for a time. And I do think I and we as a team were supposed to be here together at this time and in this space. So I do want to thank the board for that opportunity. I want to congratulate President Christian on being elected president. I also want to congratulate Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy on being elected clerk. I think and I hope that they are going to work well together in helping us steer through the new challenges that are ahead of us, because there are many and they are manifold. But I think that we have to make sure that we keep our eye on the prize. Right now, there are a few prizes, but we have to keep our eyes on them and focus. So board, staff, superintendent, everyone, community, please stay vigilant. This isn't easy, but we can do it if we work together and really prioritize our children. Thank you very much.
Take Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Christian. First of all, congratulations on becoming president and great job leading us to, through your first meeting. I would like to thank Trustee Smith-Folds for her work as clerk. We didn't really say anything about you earlier, but I just wanted to say I look up to you so much, your courage, your honesty, and honestly leading through your values. I can continue to be amazed by you and continue to learn from you. So I hope that I make a good job as clerk taking on that from you. So thank you for all your work this year in supporting us. And I wanted to thank you and Trustee Christian for voting me as clerk. I hope that I do a good job with partnering with Trustee Christian in this job this year. And I wanted to thank Ms. Hardy, Ms. Williams, and B for all your work. I worked with Ms. Williams the closest, and I want to say I'm gonna really miss you, Ms. Williams. I already miss our Thursday 9 a.m. coffees that we used to do when I was in the union, and now we're gonna miss you at our closed sessions in here. So wishing you the best in your path, and same with Ms. Hardy. If you could share that message, Ms. Williams, with her as well, and B, who has been pivoted part of the team in HR for so long. Thank them, please, from me for their work, and hopefully we'll cross paths again. President Phillips, we're not always seen eye to eye, but leading is never easy. And I also wanted to just thank you for, sorry, my timer. Thank you for your time as president as well. Happy holidays to everybody, and thank you to all the staff for everything they do. That's it. Thank you, President Christian.
All right, thank you. Trustee Redler.
Thank you. I want to thank our outgoing team, President Phillips and Trustee Smith Folds, for getting us through what I think was probably the most difficult year I at least ever had, and I'm sure everybody else as well. You guys did a great job. I appreciate you all hanging in there, and I learned a lot from both of you. I also want to welcome and congratulate our new team, President Christian and Clerk Gonzalez Hoy. I'm very excited for your leadership, and I know that you are going to do great things for us. So I'm very, very excited. I want to, if I can get through this part without crying. So I want to acknowledge the passing of Lupita, 10-year-old grant student who passed away unexpectedly this past week. My thoughts certainly go out to her family and her friends in the grant community. And I'm holding you all in my heart, and I hope that you can find peace. I also want to thank Kristen Hardy. I'm such a fan of you and your work. Our SPED students have had just the most amazing advocate, and I'm really, really sorry to see you go, and I will miss you very much. I also want to thank Marcy for everything you've done. You gave us everything you had. This is really a loss for our entire district, and I will certainly miss you, and I wish you the best in your future endeavors. And also to B, who's leaving after 32 years. Wow. All the best to you, and thank you for everything that you've done for us. I also want to thank all the educators. Thank you for everything you've done. Happy holidays. I hope everybody gets some rest, and I'm looking forward to 2022. Thank you all. Good night.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Trustee Reckman. Trustee Smith Folds.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Good. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations, President Christian. Congratulations, Board Clerk, Trustee Gonzalez Hoy. I also want to thank President Phillips for calling me and asking me to join the board. I really appreciate that phone call. I think that that's one of the greatest phone calls I've had, because I really believe that I found a place here at WCCUSD in this capacity, as being part of the board and taking the voice of the community to the board. So thank you, President Phillips, for that phone call. I do want to say that this board has shown an unhealthy commitment to not following policy, and we need to right that ship. I think that we have to have a healthy commitment to following policy. I also want to thank the board for helping me with the 4 agreements. The 4 agreements are: you do your 100%, you do not make assumptions, your word is your bond, and you don't take anything personal. I actually want to say thank you to the board, because in all of those areas I have grown, and I have grown because I have been pushed to grow in those areas. And I hope that that is something that we can all do as a board, and we can continue to be the best version of ourselves to lead our district into where it should be and where we need it to go. I don't think Trustee Gonzalez, so I'm probably at like a minute, but I do want to say everyone have a very safe and happy holiday. I do want to give all of our thoughts to all of those students that we have lost. We have lost a lot of students, and we need to make sure that we're wrapping around all of their families, and we are keeping them in our thoughts, and we are actually making tangible ways to give them the support that they need in this time of grief. That's it. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Trustee Smith Folds. And I guess I'm the last person. I want to say, thank you to everybody. It has been a challenge, and I just look back from last year to now. It's been challenges, and it's, man, I didn't realize I was going to be in the challenge, but I'm in the challenge. And so, but as I reflect, I just, I'm grateful for many things, and appreciate Mr. Phillips, who navigated the ship, going into the waters of 2021. And it's not easy being in the forefront. but it comes with great responsibility, great task. And so from that, I want to say is that we got to build and work together as a team, like a football team, a basketball team, or like a team. If we want to go to the Super Bowl, if we want that champion ring, we got to work together. And everybody bring components to the table. Everybody bring talent. Everybody have their way. But end of the day, we want to get the job done. And so I want to say to the staff in the district, we're going to push forward. I really want to see, our schools, our staff, everybody, that our students. I just want to see our district to be a safe, sound district. And so, Dr. Hurst, we're gonna do this as a team. Everybody, we're gonna work together and talk things through and work it out. Yeah, we all get mad and upset, but we cool off, focus on what needs to happen. And it's about these kids. It's about these students, because we want these kids to go to the next level. And the only way they get to the next level, we gotta be the driving force to help them to get there. So we have to do our part. And we just wanna, like I say, gotta keep this district together, keep it moving, and so forth. But everybody, have a wonderful Christmas holiday. Don't eat too much, yeah, I mean, I have love for everybody. So in my heart, I just want to do what's right. So I'm here to serve. And that's it. The next board meeting, we will come back in the new year of January 12th, 2022. The meeting is adjourned.